We would like to welcome you to the September Design Review meeting. Our chair, Jim Roberts, is not with us this evening, so I am conducting the meeting as vice chair. And the DRC is a subcommittee of the Historic Zoning Commission. The meeting is informal and designed to guide applicants through the process of obtaining a certificate of appropriateness, or COA, for projects within the city's historic districts in light of the Historic District Design Guidelines. Applicant participation in DRC meetings is voluntary but highly recommended. Changes made or suggestions taken by the applicant based on the discussion with the DRC are the applicant's choice, but DRC makes no representation as to whether any changes or suggestions made during the meeting will be approved by the voting body, the Historic Zoning Commission. And tonight, you all, we have 13 items on this afternoon's agenda, and we ask everyone, as your application comes up, that you introduce yourself and then generally describe your item in 2 to 3 minutes. We are going to try to keep, as best we can, this moving along for everybody's sake. And so, Kelly, if you'll let me know when we're at about 9 minutes on a particular item. And our first item is consideration of an addition at 1303 Adams Street. And Hannah Terry is the applicant. And do you want to let them go first, or you, Emily?
I think it's typically the applicant will go first.
So come on. Thank you.
Hey, y'all. Hannah's a little sick tonight, so you've got me.
Okay.
Good to see you, David Swift. Hope y'all are doing all right. Want to kind of go over a couple different changes we've had from the last time we were here. If we really only have a couple things, one thing I did want to note, I think it was mentioned last time, actually, if we can keep it on that one that we just scrolled past, sorry. Down one more, excuse me, sorry. Right there. It was, I think, it just kind of had mentioned.
Is it going to get on the other screen or just the one screen?
We'll look at this one for now.
We'll look at this one. Yeah.
Okay. It had just been mentioned before about the garage and potentially
I'm
doing
good.
separate additions. I just wanted to touch base. We've already got 2 additional buildings, so we don't have an option with that. I just kind of wanted a refresher on that piece.
That one went away.
I can describe it to you. So
I could get it on my iPad. We've got it on our iPad.
okay, y'all have it. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, good deal. So main things, you guys are pretty familiar, I think, with what we've got going on here. Just wanted to, I think kind of massing and height was an issue. We brought the roof line down some, changed the pitch on the roof. Also, kind of the inset sort of towards the back of the house where it's set back, changed the look on that. We're pretty happy with with the way that looks and kind of changing what the profile of that really makes the whole side look like there. Those are the main issues we changed. So I think that's what I've really got for you tonight, y'all.
Okay, did you want to say?
Yes, we commend the applicant for coming to the DRC multiple times to receive feedback on the designs. The guidelines do recommend that additions should be designed to be subordinate in appearance to the historic building. That includes placement, size, massing, scale, height, setbacks, and materials, and that those additions should not exceed 50% of the historic footprint, and the proposed addition is still the 54.62%. With this application compared to the application that came before the Historic Zoning Commission, I believe the height of the addition was dropped a foot, which is a positive change. Additionally, the guidelines recommend that in areas where historic garages are generally detached, new garages should appear to be detached, and one should place garages in traditional locations behind the rear plane of the main form of the house or as otherwise not be visible from the street. As proposed, the garage will be seen from the street. And it's not typical that the non-detached garages are approved in the historic preservation overlay. I will also comment that on this garage addition, there were two sets, or a set of windows, so two windows above each of the doors, and it has been reduced to one, which helps with that massing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any commissioners that wish to speak to this item?
I can go.
Okay.
All right. Ooh, I have a loud mic today. Yeah. Can scoot back. I think y'all did a lot of what I think I was personally kind of looking for. And one of the things that I noticed immediately is the height of the eave on the garage is way lower than it was. It sits below the historic eave. So when I look at the side elevation, which is page 8, where that gutter and fascia is going to come into the old house, is a couple feet below it, which is perfectly appropriate. That's kind of that scale thing that I think I was looking for. And the ridge, it looks like it came down another foot. I don't know if that was totally necessary, but that eave coming down is great. And still that form on the back with the shed and then the shed dormer, it's a little bit of a peculiar shape, but it's totally hidden now behind a mass that really does feel like a one-story garage with some attic space above it. So I feel much better about this than I did when that garage it really felt almost full two-story. This doesn't look or feel two-story to me. It really does feel like story and a half garage, and it is smaller because of the eave height than the ridge than that original kind of historic structure. So much happier with this. Yeah.
I really like your the little isometric renderings of the space. It helps me with the mass of the existing home versus the new. So I think you've really reined that down quite a bit, and it feels a lot more sensitive to the historic home, and that it's not overwhelming it. So I agree with Commissioner Tyler about the eave and the garage, and I do like it giving an appearance of somewhat detached with the setbacks and the little kickbacks on it. So well done.
You want me to go, Ms.?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I think I just echo what they have to say. I think the second to last slide is the one that's the most impactful to me, because that was the kind of the worst. When I saw that rendering last time, it really stuck out how big it was. So I think that this really shows a change in the feel. So yeah, absolutely.
It does give a subordinate appearance, and I agree with the other comments.
I wanted to ask staff too about the window over the garage. So it is just one window?
It does appear that it is
Okay.
one window. It was before two windows.
Okay. I'm looking at the rendering that Commissioner Denton mentioned, and it looked really good. It says,
This is 3 2-foot by 4-foot windows.
which one is it?
I think last time it was recommended that we have 3.
Yeah, it would-
Comment was made in the last.
Yeah, that would be since it's visible, I think it's a historic proportion that it would be, yeah. When you look at the elevation drawings, it's 3 molded together. 3 windows
Okay, So
in.
then the rendering in the 3D mimics the elevation? Okay. That's all I wanted to know. They're both the same, because it reads well.
I would say, when I look at the flat drawing with the roof form, it looks huge. It looks like the addition is so much bigger than, not that one, the real flat ones, but I think the picture you give really helps. It would always be my preference to have a detached garage, but I don't think this will keep it from being a contributing property to the district. Did you want to say anything?
I would concur with everyone's comments. It is an improvement, and I know you've worked very hard on this, and we appreciate that.
Thank you. Is there anything else you want to ask? Or?
Thanks, y'all.
Okay, thank you. Item 2 is discussion of roofing alteration at 215 Lewisburg Avenue. John Alfrey, applicant.
I'm Julie Alfrey of 215 Lewisburg. We've been here before. We have a roof, obviously, in our addition, which our main house roof has changed to cedar shake. And so our other roof on our auxiliary building is a metal roof. And we've had an issue back and forth with the metal roof, in large part because originally it was going to be shingle and metal. And it obviously there was a mistake made on our part, which we own, and it is all metal. Now we have a cedar shake and we have a metal roof. Metal roof, obviously, in keeping with what we see in the Historic Society every day. And to add the shingle, or turn it into a shingle and metal, now we're going to have 3 different substrates on our roof. So the great challenge was, can you paint this metal roof? So we went to Sherwin-Williams and talked to them about painting the metal roof and how we would do that. We submitted that to the DRC to look at. Certainly they gave us a couple of paint options, which we've submitted, and they gave us a process that you would need to follow in terms of making that a very lasting roof, which would be our intent, certainly, for that to last for a very, very long period of time. We have submitted both the steps that you would need to take, as well as the process. Using the correct paint is only one part of it. It has to be done properly. And so they were very specific about how it needed to be applied, et cetera. And so it would be our hope that we would have 2 roofing structures, one being the cedar shake that's already on it, which again is in keeping with what the original house was, and the second would be to paint the metal roof to match the metal that goes on the main house roof. And I think we have the color has been approved for the main house, so I would feel very confident that that color would be approved for the addition. And that's really where we are. We're just trying to simplify this and have it in keeping with the rest of the Historic Society is our intent. You're welcome.
And did you have any comment, Emily?
So, just to recap what Miss Julie said, the roofing material is a metal material, and that is appropriate for the accessory structure. Let's see. They have also applied, included in their application, the steps that they'll take for the process of painting. They're going to pressure wash the roof, make sure any kind of debris is off, prime the roof, paint it, and then seal it. And they provided the paint colors within the application, and both of these colors are appropriate for the house. And there are several instances of painted roofs in the HPO, Historic Preservation Overlay. And so that's all we have to comment on.
Thank you. Does anyone have any comment?
I'll make a few comments, Madam Chair. So you said on the main house, there's the shake roof, and there's a metal portion too? Where is that metal portion?
It's really over that porch area. So, and I'll let you speak to that a little bit more.
All the addition to keep it down low in the back is flatter. So part of it, we were able to get cedar shake zone, and the flatter parts had to have the metal on it. I think I sent some pictures.
Okay.
And with the metal roof on that. So it's a combination cedar shake and metal roof on the back part of the house.
And of your two colors, because I know there were two kind of bronzy colors, were you wanting to match the one that you have already?
Yes.
That's correct.
That's what we wanted
That
to
dark
do.
bronze color.
Okay, I think that would be a good choice. I know this has kind of been a drawn-out process, and I think this is a good solution.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have a-
Anybody?
Madam Chair,
Oh, yes.
the document labeled paint warranty, it's just a written summary. Have you all provided the actual warranty?
You know what? We can do that.
I think that would be helpful
We can do
for
it.
us to see.
Let me kind of talk you through that again, because I'm in packaging. That's what I do for a living. So I make labels, and Sherwin-Williams certainly is a customer of ours, the company that I work with. And what I'll say to you is, as it relates to warranties, the steps that you take in doing this are as important as the warranty. So it's like everything else in life that you do. So the actual steps are important, and there's the paint. So as long as you do all of this correctly, then that warranty would be what they call a limited lifetime warranty on their paint. And that is pretty standard of, even in a historical society, if I'm repainting a home, which I'll be doing as well, and using my additional structure, my paint is only as good as the work that I do to prep that wood on the side of my house. And it is a limited lifetime warranty, whether it is my metal roof or my clapboard home.
Okay, yeah, I just think it'd be helpful because
Sure.
the write-up doesn't say it's a limited lifetime warranty. It says it's a lifetime warranty. It's speaking in terms of 50 years, so I just like to lay eyes on exactly what that warranty says.
happy to provide that for
Yeah,
you.
thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I think it's a great solution.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We are at discussion of alterations, the front door at 724 Fair Street. And Jeff, I'm always afraid of your name, Refeld. Okay, thank you, the applicant. If you'll just introduce yourselves and
Hi, I'm Aaron Rietfeld.
And I'm Jeff, the homeowner, father.
if you all just want to.
Yep, go ahead, Aaron.
So while they were excavating the old barn kind of structure in the back and going through kind of the foundations in limestone, and there was kind of a very rickety old wall back there. And as they started pulling it away to make room for the new garage that everyone has approved, they found 3 of these really beautiful limestone overdoors built into the wall, which we do believe to be original. It's probably part of the townhouse when it was built. So we have 3 of them, and while they are originally for single door structures with probably narrow lights, because they're only about 53 inches wide, we would love to utilize other limestone found throughout the property to create an elongated form that is historically federal, to utilize one of them to kind of bring them back. And it does scale quite nicely over the double door. We just obviously want to elongate it so it can go over the entire light. And the idea would be to use other salvage limestone on the property, have it laser cut, and then put together in about a 5-piece overdoor over a steel beam so that it's structurally sound, and it would be more of a decorative re-addition back to the house that we think would be quite nice, kind of given the new direction of the house. And we also think it is definitely of the town, because looking at them, I immediately thought of the over windows at Carter House and has the exact same motif. So I figure it is definitely of the property and of the time period, given the age of Carter House and our house.
Thank you. Does any of the commission have a comment?
If I could, I'll make a comment
excuse
first.
me, Emily. I'm sorry.
What a fabulous find that y'all have found.
Yes.
And we really commend y'all on taking, such great care of this property and restoring it to its glory. And the guidelines would recommend that one should preserve and maintain the historic architectural details and ornamentation. And when new architectural features, they probably should not be added unless if there is photographic evidence of it being on the building. And so yes, that is what the guidelines recommend.
Thank you.
Obviously, you have good taste. And you've done a great job. I would tend to agree with the guidelines on this. One reason, because what's there now is the header above that door. Is that wooden? Is that a wooden header?
It is. And currently, we discovered that when whoever at the turn of the century decided to paint the brick and then paint the mortar lines to get rid of the Flemish bond, they also painted the overdoor so that it's in line with currently with the brick mold, but it actually does go back about 5 inches on each side. So it is more of a T shape. So regardless of kind of the direction of today, we are going to extend it back to at least its proper kind of full length of visibility, because right now it's just painted red to look like a brick. But it is about a 5-inch wood timber over it at the moment.
And one other comment I would make on this is that I've seen architectural elements scattered all over Franklin that didn't exactly come out of that particular residence. So just because you found it on the property, it may or may not have actually been a part of it at one time. I've seen some used as foundation stones and turned so that the smooth side is out. I've seen some used as steps. So that would make me inclined to say what you have is very appropriate to that building. And historically, it's been there a long time.
Right.
And I would encourage you to keep it. Thank you.
Anyone else with a comment? I will say to what Brian said, that when I came to Franklin, there were limestone pieces like that in a yard, and a friend of mine, Fanny Haynes, discovered them in the yard and then discovered they belonged down the street.
Yep.
They had been used as, garden. But I just greatly appreciate all the amazing care you all are taking of this house. But when I look at the two pictures, I think the bottom looks more true to the house. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Okay, thank you.
That's it?
I'll venture out here. So have you like done a drawing or anything to show how these would be, how would they would look over the door?
Yes.
Okay, somehow I
Yeah.
hadn't pulled that up.
And then there should be an elevation showing it with the actual
Okay.
full facade of the residence there, how it would lay in.
Okay, somehow I hadn't pulled that out. I apologize for that, but,
Madam Chair? Clarification from staff and the guidelines. So guidelines request that we have photographic proof that this limestone header was actually on the building?
They just recommend that.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's appropriate to the architectural style of
Okay.
the house, then, it may be appropriate
Okay.
to use.
And I know
utilize it.
y'all have dug a lot of old images of this. It's nowhere to be seen on any of the documentation you found?
No, none of the documentation that we found, because I think that, to Aaron's point, this was done well before it was switched out, well before.
What's your
There were,
preference?
I think the reason I would desire to add it is one, I think if you look around a lot of Franklin homes and the brick, at least the brick ones, there's a lot of limestone utilized in overdoors. And I kind of included some images of historic structures throughout that showed that. Another thing I kind of enjoy about it is what it does is it brings the height of the door closer to the height of the windows. And right now you get this architectural dip in the middle of the house, whereas this would at least kind of bring your eye back up and create more of a harmonious line across that elevation. So I think there is a strong argument towards it, especially now that we've raised the porch up. And there is, I mean, again, that porch was never on the house until we think about the early turn of the century. And then the one that we tore down to rebuild was added at about 1913. And it was much lower, it was about a foot lower. So architecturally speaking, also the overdoors would not have ever worked with any porch structure. So to know whether or not they existed on the home prior to that is hard to say as well.
Okay. I guess, you gave us the two drawings, one with the limestone and then additional limestone to complete the total header look too. And then below it, basically just the wood,
Yes, as it exists.
accentuating it as a T, as it exists. Part of me is torn between either way because I do think it's such a fabulous find and that it is maybe not the best place to put it on this is the other side of me. Maybe there's a more appropriate spot for it because when the elevation's beautiful, when I look back at the big one from the street, yeah. But then again, I think there is some competition there with weight and the balance of that front elevation to introduce that one limestone feature.
I agree with what you're saying, Kathy. Hope you can find another place to repurpose that because it's amazing. Did you tell me, Kelly, our time is,
Oh, that's what that little noise, okay.
so thank you all.
Thank you.
And we're on item 4, discussion of alterations, fence barrier and outdoor features at 317 Main Street, Suite 105B. And that was withdrawn, so we're moving on by the applicant. Okay, we are at discussion of an addition at 3201 Herbert Drive It's the Breezeway Herbert House, and Mike Hathaway is the applicant. But I think we've got a substitution for Mike. If you'll just introduce yourself.
He's got better things to do.
Yeah.
He's traveling. My name is Greg Gore. Well, I don't know really where to start. We're interested in, because we don't even own the home. We have a signed affidavit from the owner letting us represent that house to ask you questions about it. They've done a wonderful job restoring it. We've restored 3 of the same age before. Why, I don't know. Because it wasn't for money, that's for sure. Anyway, but for my wife and I, we can't purchase the home without having a closet and a downstairs bedroom. So the hard thing is justifying the square footage, I think. I included some pictures. Emily, would you show the 2 old? If you look, this picture, yeah. No, both of those actually I'd like to show, but the one on the one on the right is the present home and how beautiful it is. The one on the left is something that was attached to that house that I've been told was torn down about 50 years ago. So it was there a long time, and part of the foundation is still there, but there's not enough of that picture for me to calculate exactly the square footage of that, if that would help. So, and then the other picture, Emily, of the old structure, that has been falling down for about the last 50 or 60 years. It is not attached. It's just there. So what we're trying to determine is whether or not we're wasting our time and yours by even asking to make this addition. Mike has drawn some basic plans. And can you show the front? Well, anyway, that part of that middle part, there is somewhat going back behind the main house, and then we'd like to extend that slightly and put the bulk of the addition on the, there you go, on the back. And then in addition to that, there's a 2-car carport that's there that we'd like to close in and make it a 2-car garage, but I'd like to extend that in the back. Like I said, there is no place to hang a hat in that house, as nice as it is. And I need a place for tools, my little hobbies. So Mike drew that up for me as well, and not knowing what else to say, I just sort of ask your opinions on what we're trying to do.
Okay. Thank you. You explained it well. Do you?
Just letting everyone know, we confirmed with our BNS department, and so there is on the property, obviously the principal building, there is a smokehouse structure, and there is, wrong attachment, this structure. And so all of the structures can remain and have enclosed the carport to create a garage and have an addition of the shop out back. That will be okay. And so the addition on the rear, we within the guidelines, we think that it is appropriately placed, and same thing with the garage addition. The guidelines recommend that they should be compatible and virtually subordinate in size, mass, and height to the principal building. And the accessory structure should not exceed 35% of the lot. And this lot is fairly large, so they don't come close to that.
Right.
So-
It's how many acres? Have you-
It's 3.68, I believe.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Is there anyone from the commission?
The drawing says the existing's 444 square feet and the proposed is 444 square feet, which I know isn't right. So I was just wondering what the percentage is.
Well, I'm sorry. to
No,
interrupt.
it's okay.
With that one thing that was torn down that used to be attached to the house, no one knows. And I couldn't find a picture that would let us measure that precisely.
But as far as the existing footprint of the home right now, do we know what that is?
Emily?
It says 444, which I think is wrong based on the
Yes,
drawing.
that's wrong.
Okay.
And I don't have a precise
Yeah.
answer. I do not know.
I think we'll need to know that.
Not owning the house, I've been a little reluctant to go back and pester the owners.
Yeah. That's all I had, Madam Chair.
I can go? If you want me to. It's funny, my wife and I looked at this house.
Oh, did you?
We figured it needed what you're doing.
Yeah.
And I have 3 little children, 3, 4, and 8. We thought this is not the time for that.
I have
But this-
70-year-old knees, and it's not time for the upstairs.
I think what we're going to run into is that square footage issue, which you've kind of probably heard from your architect and from us. But the house is, it's a single room deep, old house. And so considering you're on almost 4 acres, I would be, amenable to letting you guys even double this thing just to make it usable. And you have to understand the context of this house too. It's in the middle of a modern development house. The whole farm that was around this is, spec houses scattered all around it. So, I don't know that it hurts the context to have a healthy addition that makes it usable for a modern family that, letting somebody like this restore it and use it is the best way to save it. So I'm all about that. But what you've proposed looks great. It's exactly what I would have done if my wife would have said yes.
The owners haven't said yes yet, so.
Yeah, there's still time. No, I think I can get on board with it. If this were in town and had historic neighbors adjacent to it, and we had some contextual kind of sensitivity, I might feel differently. But this is way out by itself, almost on an island amongst,
Yeah.
spec houses. So it's like, man, save this thing for sure and use it and make it better. It's my opinion.
And at 440 square feet, that's not a big ask.
Well, I think Mike got out of the country before I could. I took what I knew to be the square footage of the existing house and interpolated that for the addition. I think the addition will be over 440, but Emily, would you think that there's probably 1,500 square feet footprint of the existing without the thing that was torn down? Because like I said, I have no idea how big it was.
It's kind of hard to say. I can't really
Nobody knows.
judge it, but
And your main structure is a double pen log cabin with clapboard siding. And so, since we don't have a site plan, the garage would be detached. And it'd be good to see if you come back to us on this, exactly on the site plan, how it relates to the property. And what kind of material you're going to put on the addition for siding or.
I would assume, because the house looks so good, just like it is, that it would be, I'm having a senior moment. What's the name of the siding that's on the outside?
lap.
Lap
Wood.
siding, and is it wood or is it?
It's wood.
Okay. Just to match the existing house for the garage, the little storage area, and the addition, all the same, I think.
This is, from what I've always been told, the oldest double pen log house still standing. And I really a fan of how it's being done because I feel like it's changed over time. And obviously, nobody's going to live in 2 rooms with 2 attic rooms upstairs. And it's just, I mean, we've been waiting for someone like you to come along to be
Give me a
the
swell head
next
here.
steward of this,
Thank you.
of this amazing house. I was in it when there were pigeons living there mainly. So I'm excited that it reads as change over time.
Great. Thank you. They've done a great job.
great
If you've been in that house. Yeah.
Well done.
Are we done?
Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, lady.
And now we are number 6, discussion of alterations, window replacement at 424 South Margin Street, Hudson Walker applicant.
Thank you.
Hello.
Well, they know me, but
Yeah.
But I'm
introduce yourself.
I'm Hudson Walker.
but this is Hudson, so he's going to speak on the
Main-
issue.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Okay, now you can hear me. What we're mainly interested in doing is an overall renovation on the interior of this house and bringing it up to current energy efficiency standards. And in so doing that, we would also like to replace, and we have some broken and rotten and deteriorating windows around the house. And our intention is to replace them with windows that match and profile of the brick mold, the mutton bars, the sashes, and but have it with insulated glass. So it would not change the exterior appearance of any of the windows. The light pattern would remain the same. Clear light on the bottom sash, 6 or 9 lights on the upper sash, with a wooden material. These windows are currently wood. We would use the Spanish cedar or mahogany and paint it the same color that they are. We would maintain the wide mutton right there that's for a window weight pocket in between that double window. And that is pretty much all we're asking for.
Okay. Staff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on some of the material within the application, staff was not clear on, the intent, if it was to replace the windows or to repair them. And the guidelines would recommend repair over replacement and to use materials that are historically found on the building, and just to preserve and maintain the historic windows and those historic window openings. Thank you.
Are there any staff comments? You're the window guy.
Window expert.
Well, they just know that I really like old windows. I've read books where they call them the eyes of the soul of an old house. And it's just hard to get the same material to replace what was there. I know what you're going through because you probably have broken weights in the weight pockets and the windows don't function. They've probably been painted shut over many, many years. I saw you do have a couple of broken panes of glass. I hope that's not vandalism. I hope it's storm damage.
It's a result of a storm in April of last year.
That the panes can be replaced. Even you can order a restoration glass that would go in that have the same kind of waviness that's in there now. But I would recommend actually repairing those windows. The EPA actually put out a bulletin, and it talks about replacing windows in old houses for the energy efficiency and the savings in electricity. And it says that it would take you a lifetime to recoup the expense of replacing the windows and your energy savings. One thing that you can do is put a plate glass storm window on the exterior. Some people even put storm windows on the interior. I personally prefer them on the exterior because you spend most of your time indoors and you want to have that aesthetic that you see indoors. But I do believe these windows can be repaired. I don't see severe damage to them or severe rot. And if you have bottom sashes that do have that, people can remake those for you. It looked like the I don't know who the manufacturer, this is not like the windows you're proposing to replace coming from a large manufacturer. It didn't look like, is that a custom
that
shop?
would be a millwork shop.
Then they could replicate
They can
your bottom sashes.
They can certainly replicate it. I've renovated several mini houses in Bellmead and in Nashville about the same age. Currently working on one that's 1907, and we can remake the frame and the window, and we can even have it be operable with a blind traveler that acts as a window weight that you do not see from the exterior or the interior. But you have to do it with somebody that's more of a cabinet maker that has a millwork shop. And
we're talking currently about repairing, not replacing in this scenario.
well, in that picture right there, it would be a lot less expensive, quicker, and more cost effective to replace the whole sash.
And you can bring that to us, with that as part of your application. But I know with those muntins, I mean, they can be repaired as well. So discuss that with your millwork person.
But doesn't the wood appear to be rotted? I know it is on the front. I have ivy growing inside the house as a result.
What I would say, and I hear you on the rot, so my suggestion would be, because we've had to look at this on all over downtown, when people come in and want to replace wholesale as opposed to the repair. So I would just say, at least from my experience, people have been, the commission's been pretty picky about making sure that if it really is going to be a wholesale replacement, that's the rot and everything is truly documented. So I would just say whatever documentation you all have on that front, include, because I saw the knife sticking in one, right? That's helpful. But it gets down, it was like a steak knife, so that is helpful. But I would just say, really try to document kind of window by window if you're going to be asking for a replacement, because that will help.
May I ask a question? If we were to ask for an addition on the back of this house, would y'all allow insulated glass in that case or not? How do you do when people renovate a house and do an addition?
It's a good answer for staff.
So the guidelines would recommend that additions on the historic house should mimic the historic materials. So it could be a wood or a potentially even a composite wood material.
But could the panes be insulated, or would they have to remain single pane to match the rest of the house?
It could be like the true divided light or the simulated divided light. It just can't be the grids between the glass design.
It could be insulated.
Okay.
And just as another idea, on Church Street, there's a little house that's now an Airbnb. All the windows in that house were removed, and they were sent off to a repair shop. All of them were repaired. They were put back with the weights. And when I took a tour of that house after it was done, it's phenomenal what a great job they did and how functional they are.
Madam Chair, I have a question. It also would be helpful to know, like, the number of windows that you're looking at replacing. All of them? Some of them?
We would like to replace all of them.
Okay,
Just so
just a
it's
question.
consistent. And we would maintain the putty glaze look on the exterior.
You don't have your speaker turned on.
We would maintain the putty glaze look on the exterior. But one other advantage of an insulated window, despite what the EPA says, which I'm sure they've studied it, is that it prevents a lot of sweating on the interior and certain seasonal changes, and, you know, it's easier to maintain that way.
Until that seal breaks.
Until the seal breaks.
Breaks, right.
Well, and I was going to say, you might take, I can't remember the address, but it's the house kind of right around the corner from yours that sits out in that point. It's got the curved porch around the front, and it's right across from the old O'More campus where all those roads come together. The blue house, they asked to do a similar thing where they were wanting to, as I recall, replace windows because of energy efficiency and the like. I may be misremembering the details on it, but I know that request was made, and I think they ended up putting the storm windows on instead. So that may just be a good, helpful reference point for you all.
Okay.
One more suggestion on that, and I'll just explore it. I know in the past they've made some type of glass that actually can be retrofitted into an old window. So I'm not sure if that's available, how that works, but something to explore.
Well, I've been the proud owner of lots of windows because I've lived in a number of houses where the seal broke. I would be more concerned, of course, I mean, if you put an addition on, you know, of course you're going to do new windows, and if they were insulated and you wanted to take the chance of the seal not breaking, but on the old part of the house, if as many could be saved as possible. That's generally been our position. So thank you.
That's it.
Thank you.
Is that all? All right. Thank you for your time.
And number 7 is discussion of alterations, front door replacement and installation of an elevator at 108 Bridge Street. James Sloan, applicant. And Emily will do the staff review.
Good afternoon.
Hey.
I'm James Sloan with 906. Good to see you guys. What we are looking to do here at the old jail is to bring the front door. We have 2 items. First item, I felt like it was a little bit simpler. This is a 1905 building, and the front door, we're not sure when it was replaced, but it's pretty clear and apparent that it was replaced at some point. It's the full glass door that you see on the left side there. And what we are proposing to do is we found a salvaged wood door from the local Middle Tennessee area that has a half light and paneled bottom. And we're proposing to replace the door that's on there now with that one. We're showing an option to the further right that removes some of the ornament that is currently below the glass. Is kind of scroll work is kind of what we've been terming that. And then below these images, we're also showing a jail that we feel like is similar in age, that has a half-light panelized door on the front.
Okay. Emily?
Do you want me to go through item 2, or do you want
Do
to
you
talk
want
about
to do
like item
one
1?
at a time, maybe?
I felt like one at a time
Do you want to do them
was-
together?
I feel like one at a time was easier.
I do too.
So we want to commend the applicant for attending the Design Review Committee meeting prior to the Historic Zoning Commission to receive feedback, and we appreciate them providing several options. Based on the architectural style of the house, we would believe that option 2 would align more with the guidelines that state avoid removing or replacing original architectural features or detailing unless extensive deterioration is evident. If a new door is required, use a wooden single light door traditionally found in a historic storefront, and use historic design in entrance rehabilitation if evidence is available, such as historic photographs or discoloration indicating original doors. So option 2 would align the best with the guidelines. Thank you.
Is there anyone on the commission that has comments? I think that part's good.
Pretty plain and simple, yeah. All right, let's go on to item 2. So in looking at bringing this building and using it into the future, I feel like one of the biggest needs is accessibility. There's currently 3 stairs that access a second floor. There's technically like a mezzanine floor as well. And it's really tricky to navigate this building if you have any sort of impairments or disabilities. And so we are proposing to add an elevator. And we are adding this outside the footprint of the building to not disrupt any of the historic innards of this building. And we're proposing it to be on the east face, which is effectively the most service side of this building. It's obscured by the adjacent building. There's currently a kitchen exhaust and HVAC work there. We looked at, I think if you scroll down to the floor, or scroll back up to the floor plan, it's easier to kind of discuss. But we did look at potentially having the elevator on different sides of this building. And other than visibility on the current rear, where there is a deck, a metal deck, patio space, there is a grease interceptor in ground there that would really make that about impossible to put an elevator shaft, to have a pit there. And we've explored alternate accessibility options as well, but this is looking at, fully complying with an elevator.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's all good. Woke me up.
I hit the.
It's all good. I feel like I just got a little boost in volume too.
I'm so
Sorry. So elevationally, if you scroll down to the elevations of this, we knew that we weren't going to match the brick. It needs to look like an addition. And we took some inspirations to some of the age characteristics of the black steel and iron that's inside this building as well. And so we're showing a shaft that comes outside this building that's clad with a metal panel. It almost looks like there's battens that are holding the panels together, which would be in like that kind of industrial revolution age. And it takes some inspiration. There's shots on the right side there. There's a metal cage, if you will, or enclosure that is currently around a convenience stair that's inside this building. And there's a lot of really heavyweight steel doors that are separating different areas. This was a jail at a certain point originally. And so we really took some of those inspiration. And then if you scroll down to the very bottom, we have a 3-dimensional rendering of what this could look like. Our intent is to keep whatever paneling or metal cladding that goes on to be dark, like a dark bronze where it has a warm tone to kind of complement the brick, or even like a black to really kind of hone into that industrial age. That's all I got.
The guidelines for historic civic buildings and modern features recommend that one should avoid adding steeples, awnings, balconies, chimneys, dormers, and other architectural detailing to the historic civic buildings where they did not exist historically. And the addition should be complementary and compatible in design and detailing to the historic building, but clearly identifiable using methods such as roof breaks, wall insets, or wall offsets. Additionally, modern features should be placed so that they are screened from public view, do not involve the removal of historic features, and do not detract from or overwhelm the context of the historic districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any of the commissioners that wish to speak?
I am concerned about the location of the elevator. I feel like that coming around that curve is going to be very visible, and I don't believe I can support it at that location.
Emily, do you mind scrolling up to the existing photo page? So I think the way that we were looking at this is that the current adjacent structure is historic or would be considered historic at this point. So I feel like, if anything, I don't feel like it could be demolished outright. And so I would say that the elevator is almost directly in line with the pitch of that roof. We took a lot of care in trying to find the best place where it doesn't completely protrude from the building. It's kind of nestled in an offset, if you will. And also, in the floor plan, it does the least disruption in connecting to the two main floors. So if the elevator was placed anywhere past on the right side of where it is currently, we would have to have another floor interjected in there to connect all that. So alternatively, it could get bigger than just the elevator shaft, or you would disrupt the entire floor plate and circulation of that historic building.
Looking at your floor plan, so I'm assuming that the handicap entrance is the front door.
Yes.
And so my next question would be, have you explored an internal elevator that has no addition on the exterior?
Yes, we looked at having an elevator in placement of a convenience stair that's currently there. Again, it was adapted with a fire sprinkler system at a certain point, and that riser room, if you will, is directly underneath that. And so there would be no way to put a pit or anything in that location.
So there's no place in the building that a pit could go. I know we're talking about this particular location, but somewhere else that would accommodate the pit and an internal elevator.
In our opinion, not without disrupting the character of that building and the character of those spaces inside.
Well, we're disrupting the character either way, exterior or interior.
Sure.
And at this point, I mean, I have to agree with Mrs. Besser that disrupting the exterior and that location, I couldn't support that either.
I think my mic's gonna howl.
It's a friend of mine.
Yeah, when I'm considering something that maybe even goes against the guidelines in terms of location, I almost always go to like, okay, what's the hardship here? And obviously you guys need some accessibility, but I'm not sure I'm even following how this works, because in the building on 3 different levels, and the elevator's going to service 2 of the 3. So I'm confused how that gets you compliant, because like by law it doesn't. But so I'm like, well, you obviously need one, but it's not even in a place that gets you to all 3 levels. So I'm not sure it's, in my mind, all that useful, let alone in a place that we would be in favor of it.
So the way that the accessibility is written is its primary functions of buildings. So you need to have access to like primary functions, or at least a comparable experience to those primary functions. For instance, you couldn't have a VIP lounge on a second floor and, or just a regular bar on the first floor if you were doing a bar. In this instance, the primary function that they are looking at is a museum use, and they want to have exhibits on the 2 primary floors that this elevator will be accessing, and a comparable for the intermediary mezzanine space. The way that this building is laid out, you wouldn't be able to access that without 2 elevators or an internal lift, which is something else we're exploring. The elevator that we're proposing is functionally the only place in that building that you could have one, and unless mirrored on the other side, but I feel like that's more visible than the current side with all the elements that are on that current elevation.
Madam Chair, I think that sheet 6 is the most troubling to me when I look at it, and it's just the schematic of the Bridge Street elevation, which is front on, because it really emphasizes how that is standing out from the front facade. And it's one thing to look at it from the angle coming around that you all have shown with the 3D imagery, which is helpful, but I think to me, it's even more apparent when you're looking at it. It's just standing out, which I think is against the guidelines.
I need to push this. I just wanted to add a comment. I'm Barry Beasley. I serve as president and CEO of the Heritage Foundation. And so design review being an opportunity to chat about this. Just a couple thoughts. One, what will be happening on the loft level is going to be replicated on the first floor. And then the very top floor is where we're going to have a green room and an office, so it's not for the public use. So that's how we really need access for the public for the first and second floor. So that's why the elevator, really the need was not to go up to the 3rd or 4th floor, because we're replicating what's on the 3rd floor on the first floor for accessibility. And the 4th floor is for private, staff use. I think the challenge that we find, and I would really want to entertain a conversation with you all, is that for us as a Heritage Foundation, a nonprofit, the totality of this is a $10 million investment in downtown Franklin, void of taxpayer dollars. This is a gift to the community. And so we, as this team, the staff, we're not necessarily married to a certain location for this elevator. My issue is that I need an elevator, because for it to be accessible and to become a cultural amenity for our community, we must find a solution and have an elevator. So it's not that we're married to a location, but there is not another solution to just not put an elevator in this building. So that's where a big challenge is for me. And timing is very important, because everything is lined up for us to open very soon and to create this offering for the people of Franklin. So that's what I would like to engage, get some feedback on.
One thing I still don't understand, so you have a large rear part of the building, and there's nowhere along the rear, even with the deck, that you could, put an opening in the deck or whatever and put a pit. There's no place on the rear of the building for an elevator.
Currently, there's a grease interceptor underground back there that we were trying to stay away from. And similarly, we're trying to do the least amount of touching the building for fear of undermining the foundations or any sort of disruption. And that was the key there is touch as lightly as possible and kind of with the most impact. I think architecturally, we have a single shed roof, metal, it's below the ridge. We did all the things that we could do. And elevators have to be like those shafts. They don't make them, thin and slender. I can't fit it back there. So we really tried our best to get a modern amenity to create accessibility and do as minimal touching to this building as possible. And the things that you do see, we're not calling attention to. We're trying to downplay it like it was a coal shaft or, you know, some sort of chute that was there.
And, I mean,
No, go ahead.
yeah, all I was going to say is, very much so, like our request of them was, what is the most minimal, where is the most minimal, you know, impact, and how can we make this most beneficial? I mean, we would welcome an opportunity to show anybody the space, and, I mean,
Those floors are like, it's not just, I mean, you said 3, but it's more like you go up, then you go up, then you go up, then you go up, and you go up. And it's not feasible to have something that literally accesses everything. So we are trying to do the most we can. And that's part of the accessibility code too, is just, you know, getting to the primary functions, and our understanding, and rightfully so, like the primary functions have always been that front building, the front structure, those first 2 floors, and kind of an intermediary in between that.
I think, James, if I might interrupt you, you mentioned something about an interior lift. I think that's worth investigating a little bit more. It doesn't require the pit. It's something that's a little maybe more on a residential approach. It may not take maximum quantity of people up that you want to get to the space, but it would still accommodate those that need accessibility, and in a much more building-friendly user way. So a lift might be something you mentioned it. And so I know it's probably been on your plate to look at, but it may not be the first choice. But it might be a solution.
I think our challenge is meeting building codes and federal ADA guidelines, and by code, a lift is not an accessible means of egress.
They sometimes grant exceptions.
We understand.
I would just hope there could be more dialogue about an elevator when we're doing a major offering for the community. And, you know, our consultants anticipate that this will bring 30 to 50,000 people when it's fully up and running to this space to learn about our total history from indigenous people to modern day, a great offering for Franklin. So I hope that we could, you know, have more dialogue about how to create the best option to be accessible with an elevator.
Madam Chair, I would ask, where did you look at on the interior before you went to this solution?
So if you go to the floor plan, the first floor plan is probably the easiest place. If you go up, so just to go down a sheet, you're on the right one. Just to the right of that second restroom, where it says restroom, it's faint on the screen, but there's an L-shaped stair that goes up. And it is a convenient stair, so it is not code compliant right now. We looked at removing that, and since that was already a vertical circulation piece, we thought that would be an appropriate place to put the elevator. The challenge is there, the pit that it would require the current riser room, which is underneath that, to go away and be relocated, which with monies, you can do that. And we would need to get buy-in from the fire marshal on that. The other challenge is that the height of the elevator would actually go above the roof line. So then we would end up having a dormer of sorts that would penetrate the current roof. It disrupts that floor as well as the roof line above, and it also would get rid of the current, like, kind of a trap door that they had that has the history of when people were hung in the jail. So in our opinion, it really kind of degraded the integrity of the history of that building. And it didn't really do a lot of, there was, the other challenge is there's a really thick brick wall that you would have to have a door that goes through. And we didn't want to, again, we're trying to really like cut as little as possible. So we looked at that location, and we also looked at the rear kitchen proper. But again, that's where a lot of the current service elements would go, and we didn't feel like it, with as much interior modification as it would take, it would still protrude out from the building, just like your concern on the front elevation. And I don't feel like it would do any more good elevationally than it would interior. Does that make sense?
Actually, of course, the old jail, or the old, where the Heritage Foundation has their offices, has an addition that has the elevator in it. So I think we would be more open to having an elevator on the rear of the building as opposed to the side of the building. And I realize you have very thick brick walls to go through, but I wanted to see what your process was to come to where you did, and I appreciate your information. Thank you.
I mean, I'm torn because I know it's hard to get the elevator in there, and you're going to need an elevator. Me thinking about the use of this building, I guess I would rather see the elevator go on the other side toward the back some, just because I'm somebody that's hauled a lot of stuff in my day, and you've got a lot of the service part of the building there, that if there were some way that it could be a bit further back. But at the end of the day, if you could at least bring another option that would comply with the guidelines and say why it won't work, that would help me. Thank you.
I have one other question. I know that the elevator it's 7.4 by 5.9, and can you flip it so that the entry is on the narrow, or do something there, because that would reduce the bump out coming out? Maybe that interrupts windows behind it. I don't know. That's the problem. Yeah. Ugh.
And we can reduce it, but it would still be there.
What can you reduce it to? What's the smallest elevator you can put in that's compliant?
That is the smallest elevator. The way that we could reduce it is look at a different way of framing that up.
So how far out, if you framed it differently, would it come?
I would have to ask structural. I'd have to, do a little bit more research on that.
Yeah, I just think I'm all for accessibility too. Like, I think that, and it's needed, but it's just so visible in the way it's presented, I guess, is what I would say.
Do you have a dimension that you would be more it's 2'8" from the building right now. Is there something that's more amenable? Like if it was like 1'6", or is there a number that I'm shooting for?
I'm not an architect, so I don't know.
That's fair.
I'll defer to the architect.
I would say the non-compliant with the guidelines, the main part of it is that it sticks out from the front.
Sticks out, period.
From the front fourth of the building, even on fencing, we're saying you have to go back so far. So I think if there's one thing you're hearing, and staff can speak to this as far as the guidelines go, it's the protrusion from that close to the front of the building.
Okay.
Especially where it steps back in quite a bit over the building. And I know that it's different levels, so that's a whole nother issue, but.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the challenge of going through different review jurisdictions too. Because the other thing we take into account, accessibility wise, they like people to, like if you're in a wheelchair or if you have a walker or you're using the elevator, they want you to enter and exit in a similar location as mobile people.
Right.
And so in this instance, the monumental stair that's right in the center of the building, you're entering and it's kind of in that general vicinity. Whereas if it was in the back, it's like, well, if you're in a wheelchair, you've got to go, hey, your way is all the way back there. You go past the kitchen, you go past the storage. And that was, it changes the experience. And theoretically it could be a lawsuit. And, you know, you look at it from that angle, like you're basically discriminating somebody, telling them, hey, you can't use these stairs, you have to use that back there. Now we don't know, like it's always gray, right? But that's something that we did take into
I think
account.
philosophically, what maybe if we can come to the same page, we all understand that we want to create this amenity as a cultural amenity for Franklin and for visitors, and we must have an elevator to be appropriately accessible. So we'll continue the conversation about an elevator, whether it's we find a way to make that place work or bring another option, but philosophically, we all agree we need an elevator.
Right. I think with National Register properties, sometimes they give forgiveness, but I'm not a fan of it just because of the use.
Right.
It
Right.
just doesn't work.
Right. Right. And, you know, as the preservation organization, part of our goal in purchasing this and creating it is a history and culture center, but also we want visitors and locals to go into a circa 1905 National Register building and understand and appreciate the interior and exterior of the beauty of that building. So, you know, it's all to be a gift for people to learn and experience. So I guess I don't know if he has something else.
I mean, I'm always designing.
Yes.
We can come back with.
Yeah.
And this might be a good one for a site visit. I mean,
Yeah.
Yes.
you know,
we would be
because
very happy and open to that.
Yeah.
Glad to do
I think
it.
it's a good start to
Yeah.
a discussion from my perspective, but
Okay, are you drawing? Are we good?
We're good.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Okay, we are now moving along to a discussion, number 8, discussion of signage at 249 4th Avenue North. And Mike Hathaway, who's evidently out of the country, is the applicant. So is there someone here?
I'm still in the country.
You're still here.
Hello, I'm Brandon Pretty with 906 Studio Architects. Sitting in for Mike.
Thank you, Brandon.
So what we're wanting to look at is signage on our new building at 249 4th Avenue, and have in the packet here put together a couple exhibits, and just wanted to get feedback on the acceptability of adding signs as we've shown here. Got the plan sheet, and then there's an elevation sheet that kind of shows what we're proposing, and just wanted to get some feedback on if that would be felt appropriate.
Emily?
So we have talked with our zoning administrator just to try to get some feedback on this property. Because it is unique, it reads as a residential building. So staff has applied the residential sign guidelines to the application. And so they recommend the following for residential signs on buildings: that residential building should have no more than 3 signs, and directory signs are a sign type that's commonly used for residential buildings with multiple tenants. And where there is an entrance on a rear facade that faces a parking area, which this property does, an additional sign may be considered limited to a directory sign, small hanging, projecting sign, or a window sign. And so it would be recommended that a post and panel or a post and arm sign be utilized, and then a directory sign be applied like on the front facade by the entrance, and another directory sign could be used at the rear at the parking lot area. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any comments from the commission?
Can I make one more comment?
Yes,
Sorry.
of course.
That the band signs are not permitted per the zoning ordinance and the design guidelines for residential buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, are there any comments from any of the commissioners?
So let me back up. I wasn't here for this building's review approval. The guidelines, old guidelines, this came through, correct? Yeah, because the new guidelines were approved since I've been here. So.
Yeah, it came through several years ago.
So we ask applicants like these folks to break a building up that's long like this to look more residential. And then we also hold them to a residential signage thing, even though it's definitely a commercial building. Is that?
The way that we look at buildings is we look at the context of the street and the context and the building itself. So this building, we would apply the residential building to it. It's on a street that is full of office residential zoned properties and almost all of them houses that have non-residential uses inside. So we really look at the structure, not the use, when we relate signage to it.
Okay.
And signage in this case for a residential building would be limited to 3 signs plus a 4th on the back. But band signs are not permitted other than above a storefront entrance. They're more commercial. Wall signs are appropriate as well as directory signs and some other signs as well. But we suggested the directory signs because that is commonly used when there are multiple tenants inside a residential building.
Okay. I mean, my reaction to it, the band signs, I don't love them. Not to mention, I think the color scheme is backwards from what's allowed anyways. The dark background light, but
I think this was a pretty rough rendering.
yeah, I mean, I'm still kind of hung up on this residential commercial thing because, okay, if we're going to tell them that it's going to be held to 3 signs per residence, there's definitely 3 distinct residences here. And so is that 3 per, brick building, siding building, blue siding building, or is it 3 for the whole thing? Because it's definitely not house sized. I don't want it to be punitive to somebody who is, you're definitely on the fringe of a neighborhood too, because it's like the cemetery, you got Franklin Road, is that Franklin
Hillsborough Road.
Hillsborough, excuse me. So it's, you're on the edge too, which I think is why this building feels good in that spot. I just, if they're allowed to have 3 signs on a building that's, 4 houses worth of square footage, it's like, well, that's a little bit punitive here. Now, the band signs, don't love them. I'd much rather see that directory and some like post and arm signs, or even something under some of these porches that hang or something. Just something pretty subtle, but people can see. And I don't know if we've had any porches that we've allowed kind of a hanging, what would be on a post and arm or an arm. Have we allowed something that hangs in a porch? So maybe is that not a banner? Is it? Anyways, I think once you get people leasing these, we're going to have more than 3 signs. I just think that's going to be fair. But a directory's good, and then these post and arm. You have one kind of gold colored, or it's that I don't mind that. It's not screaming here we are, but that's kind of the point. We're not not trying to overdo it. So
To staff suggestion, so on 3rd Avenue North, near North Margin, is a house, a building was demolished, a house rebuilt that looks like a 4 square, but in the back of it's all residential. But the front part of the house is used for commercial. And they have a directory, and it actually looks very good. And I do know that where 906 is currently today in the Kennedy House, there is a hanging sign.
It's not there now.
It's not there now.
We're here. We've moved. We're here now, but you're exactly right. We did have the hanging sign. I was
You did.
thinking of that when you.
So I don't know
referred to
where that fits in the guidelines, but I know that you did have that. But the directory and the post and arm does look good on North Avenue. It's 3rd Avenue North, and I'd suggest taking a look at that.
I feel like there's some real opportunity here. I can't get how we could only allow 3 signs in this situation, because it can just be, whether it is right now or not, it can just be more businesses, and it would seem like every business deserved something. But I think there's more opportunity with the style of this building with post and arm or hanging signs. And I think you all are up to it. I think can be a showcase. Anybody else? Thank you. No, and you do need signage, because I tried to find Mike the other day. It's
Yeah.
a little dicey.
Yes, it's becoming an urgent
Where's
need more every
Mike?
day. Yes, no, you're exactly right. That's where we're working on it. Okay. All right. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
This is why the design guidelines are guidelines and they're flexible. So that's why we had asked them to come forward to get feedback on that interpretation.
Okay. We're not moving right along so much, but here we are. Okay, number 9, discussion of an addition, principal, and new construction accessory at 112 Lewisburg Avenue, and Jennifer Lombard is the applicant. Hi.
Jennifer Lombard, 906 Studio. So this is an addition to an existing 1930s bungalow. And then we're looking at adding a detached garage with a music studio up above in the back. So I would love to just kind of get your thoughts and feedback on where the design is.
Emily, did you want to?
So the guidelines would recommend the following, that one should design accessory structures so that their scale is subordinate to that of the principal building they serve, but in no case should they exceed 1.5 stories, where there's an upper story, where an upper story is appropriate, limit the upper story square footage to 60% of the square footage of the lower building footprint. One should the size, scale, and information on the height of the principal building, the addition, and the accessory structure should be provided. It wasn't included in the application, so we couldn't really give a really strong recommendation on, the square footage of the addition, what percentage it was. But also we can comment, on the accessory structure, wall dormers that are proposed. The dormer should be recessed at least 1 foot from the exterior building wall. And again, the footprint of the addition cannot exceed over the 50% of the historic footprint. Thank you.
I think we did have the square footage. It was
Thank
just on
you.
the site plan. Sorry if that was not in the right spot.
Do you know the percentage?
So we're at 15% coverage on the lot with the addition and the detached garage, and it's 55% of the addition is, including the screen porch, and 43% without that screen porch. So we figured we could go either way depending on the committee's feedback.
Okay. Is there any of the commissioners that wish to comment? Okay.
Yeah, it's not a humongous house on a pretty good sized lot. It's what, over a half acre?
0.6.
0.6. So I don't have a problem necessarily with the 55%, especially since, 12% of that is really a transparent mass, but it does have some roof. But if you can get that down some, we always like to see people try their very best to get it under the 50. I say that to also say that the garage is really big. I know it's downhill, but it's a lot of mass, and it reads as 2-story now. And so, if you're trying to build that and you have an overage, it's like, well, we're doubling up here in terms of the asks, and that's hard for me to get behind. We try to, if we're going to give you one good ask, it's like, well, pick your one good one, and let's try and follow the rules to the T for the rest of them. So the garage, even though it's beautiful, it does have wall dormers, which we don't generally allow. And I think you could probably tweak that design a little bit so that it might have like a crossing gable, especially where that huge dormer is, so that it's not a wall dormer, it's just a crossing gable, and maybe do something different with the other dormers. And then I always harp on this, it's this plate height being, 16 feet in the air just automatically tells people, well, that's 2 stories. We would rather them think it's 2 stories from the dormers, not from the eave height. So if there's a way to pull that down, the garage will feel more comfortable to me, especially if you're going to be asking for a little overage on the footprint of the house.
A comment I would have that would echo what Tyler said too is that I don't think the architectural style of the garage really complements the style of the house. And the shake shingles, which really cover almost half up to the eaves, I'm not quite sure where that element comes from in that kind of style of the house. The wall dormers, definitely, I know our guidelines don't support those at all. I'm trying to understand the addition, if we're talking about the addition too on the back. So there are 2 gables that come out perpendicular to the house, and then in the center portion of that's another gable, and that's a screened-in porch? And then the foundation of that, I guess this lot must drop off pretty good.
It does, yeah.
And that's to be all stone, and living area in that portion of it too.
In the basement? Yes. I think there are some images further down that show kind of the existing condition at that back. So you can see how much of a height difference there is already between the front and the back. And we would try to match that stone foundation.
What height do you think that stone foundation is on the original, on the house? From grade to where you see the water table?
Depending on where you are, like at the back.
At the back? And I'm looking at the side image. I see a
6 or
side
7
image.
feet.
6 or 7 feet?
It's not quite a story. Yeah, the basement's not a true walkout right now, but there are windows out of it. And there is a garage that they've kind of dug in on the one side you see, but it's barely 8 feet tall. So yeah, you can see how that garage is kind of tucked down. So it's probably 8 feet at that point, and a little less as you come up around, maybe 6 on the left side of that rear elevation.
And so you'd leave the dormer that's still there, just propose putting shake on it.
I think we were looking at extending that dormer out a couple feet, but maintaining the existing slope and shape of it, so it would just get a little bit deeper. to accommodate that upstairs is tiny, so we're trying to get two bedrooms in there.
Thank you.
Wish to comment?
While you're thinking, may I
Yes.
add just one more comment?
Uh-huh.
The guidelines do recommend adding like the stairs. There's proposed stairs on the accessory structure, just kind of moving them so that they're not at the front of the structure, kind of have them on the side or on the rear.
And how tall is the garage compared just from the bottom of the building, forget the grade, to the house? What's the relationship in height between the garage and the house? And I do know the lot slopes and makes forgiveness.
Yeah, I realize we don't have a dimension on here, so I don't know exactly what that
I
number
think
is.
at
but we
some
could-
point,
It
if-
is, I think,
if
in
it's not
absolute
a
terms.
little smaller, at some point, the grade doesn't totally forgive the eye.
Well,
That's
and
fair.
Madam Chair, this was going to be a follow-up question I had for staff because I'm not fresh enough on it, but I know we have a lot of discussion about these accessory structures not being taller as far as number of stories than the primary building. And this home reads like definitely to me, it's a one-story home with that little on the front. And I know the grade is very forgiving. So I'm just trying to understand when it comes time for voting, I think it would be very helpful to have a clear, me included, understanding of where we land on that, because the garage certainly reads a lot taller. Now, the grade helps, but it still reads as a taller building structure.
Yeah, and I think if you look at it on the site, you can see that we're slightly below, if you're drawing a line from the ridge of the existing house straight back. But I guess that's a question, because it's more of a almost 3-story when you get to the back, 2.5-story at the back of the house. So I guess that would be our question, is kind of where are we measuring from? And I'm not sure that it's clear in the guidelines. Are we talking about sort of an absolute height? And I can understand that wanting to come down because we're pretty close.
I think doing a side, like site section with the two elevations, and we can see the profile of the site, and then dimension both, because there's no good place to put dimensions. You could put 1,000,000 of them, we'd still be confused, but we see it in that site section could be really helpful, and it looks like you've got all the drawings to put that together. So I would bring that, and like you said, the original house is essentially 3 stories tall on the back, and that's even more telling to me that the garage is 3-story scale. It's like it should, and I know a lot of that's roof, but I would try to do something with that garage scale. It's a whopper.
Maybe a
Kathy.
clarification. Oh, go ahead.
Kathy?
Just one other little thing, when you come back with the drawings, they look great, but I would minimize the shadow effect, because it almost draws your eye to like, is that really another architectural element, a void or whatever? So soften the shading maybe, I think it'll read a little bit differently.
And the question I have for staff and zoning has to do on where you measure the height of the accessory structure. So do you draw a line from the current residence out horizontally, and that's the height to the grade, or do you measure from grade and not exceed the height of the house?
From a zoning perspective, grade isn't considered. It is the number of stories or half stories that are permitted in a particular district. So accessory structures can only be a maximum of 1.5 stories, and they also need to be lower than the primary structure on the site.
But lower is measured from grade or a horizontal line from the house?
From grade.
From grade.
It's from grade to the top of the building. Accessory structures should be subordinate to the main structure, but also can't exceed 1.5 stories if the house is 1.5 stories. We were looking at this one as a 1.5 story because there is that shed dormer off the back, and there is a dormer on the front, and there's an upper floor in there. So that's how we were looking at it.
But our guidelines allow us to consider how the massing and scale reads in the historic district. So we can consider more than the grade in a historic district.
But still not above 1.5 stories.
But still
So the
never above,
dormers
you're right.
We can't expand it.
need
No, we
to-
can't expand it, but
Right.
we could make it somewhat smaller. So
So I think the challenge, you have a favorable site because it slopes the right way.
Yes.
And my problem, and I think some of the other commissioners, is the garage is just too massive in relationship to the historical portion of the home. So if it down to the 1.5 appearance, and it's to your advantage with the slope of the site that you can maybe get 2 levels in there, but I think that's what we want to see. So you've picked the right spot for the addition on the site.
And it's a tremendously big lot too, so. Okay, is that everybody? Thank you. At 239 Franklin Road, Harlansdale Farm.
What's your mic? What's your mic?
Oh, thank you. A discussion of alterations to site element at 239 Franklin Road, Harlansdale Farm, and David Hodnett.
I'm David Hodnett. I'm a capital projects manager for the City of Franklin Engineering Department.
I'm Jonathan Marston. I'm the I'm the Assistant Director of Engineering for the City of Franklin.
Thank you. Okay, if you all want to talk about your project.
Go ahead, Project Manager.
All right. Currently, we have a project ongoing at Harlansdale Farm. We're constructing a pedestrian bridge across the Harpeth, and we have multi-use, 12-foot multi-use path that goes from up at Claude Yates, comes down, crosses the Harpeth, comes on to the Harlansdale Farm, and ties in to a parking area there by the fishing pond. And it's a pretty extensive project. It's about $3.5 million. We started working around March, and we poured some of the barrier rail on the bridge this morning, and right now we're concentrating more on the bridge. And what we would like to show you is some renderings that we have that show the trail that comes from the parking area, hits the interurban, and then comes across behind the Tractor Supply Arena, and then goes toward the bridge. And the concrete we're using for this is going to be a Yosemite sand color. I have to say that careful, but it's Yosemite sand, and it's a light tan to make it look like an old path. And the bridge deck is also tinted with the same Yosemite sand as it crosses the Harpeth. Now, about 450 feet of the interurban Parks has requested us to create a mock-up of a train track in reference to the old interurban. And this is going to be performed by concrete stamping and adding color. And this, we've got some examples of some of that work that we hope that ours will look that good, because it's a unique process.
And it is a stamped concrete product for longevity of the product.
Yes.
And what you're seeing on the screen now is a rendering of what generally what the trail will look like. It doesn't have the rendering of the stamped concrete in there. It would have been a little difficult to show that in there, but generally what the color of the concrete will look like. It may be a little lighter than that when it shows up. Of course, it kind of is what you get when you stamp the concrete color, and that color is mixed on the concrete when it shows up to the site. But we are going for something that matches fairly closely to what that we call the West Tennessee mix out there with the river aggregate, something that looks different than just a standard gray or white gray concrete out there on the site. And one of the things we really were asked to bring forward to get your consideration was what you see in there is we call it the cul-de-sac or the turnaround there at the end. And really it's what's there now is just a gravel pathway. It's kind of a maintenance path down to the fields. And it turns at the portion there at the bottom of the screen and just goes up to the parking, and there you really can't see it because it goes off the screen. But there's the parking lot that's just adjacent to the Hayes house or the Hayes home, and what that does is actually, there you go on that rendering there, the very top of that rendering. What that does is provide a solid all-weather surface to that parking lot as a part of the grant project. We did receive federal funding on this, provides an all-weather ADA compliant surface all the way to that parking area for any accessible provisions to the pathway and the bridge that was required as a part of the grant process for the construction. And also, we were told by the Parks Department, because we asked the same question, why do you need, and the cul-de-sac's a little, it's misshown there, but why is the cul-de-sac needed at that end? And for the future is any kind of drop-offs for larger vehicles to have access to the site down there. So if they need drop-offs for the Hayes home in the future, if they need drop-offs for, it's hard to see in there, but there's also an ADA accessible boat dock right there at the pond. In the future, our Parks Department will be doing an access pathway very similar to what we're doing now, but on smaller scale, to that ADA accessible boat dock where the people fishing the pond can catch and release. So it'll also be a drop-off area for that catch and release pond and the boat dock. So what you'll see there is running all the way through that path that runs on the old maintenance trail. There will be the stamped concrete, so about 400 feet long with the stamped concrete. Just really wanted to get your thoughts on the project within the park itself.
Okay, Emily.
So the guidelines recommend the following for site and setting alterations, that they should be considered as appropriate when they're undertaken in locations that are not visible from public view, do not involve the removal of historic features, and do not detract from or overwhelm the context of the historic districts. And this is a unique proposal, especially since the Hayes house is here, and it's not really visible from the road, but I mean, it is on, a trail and everything. So we discussed the logistics of maybe slimming down the kind of turnaround spot, so it wasn't a complete kind of like cul-de-sac kind of circular little area. And anyway, we just want y'all's feedback prior to going and getting a certificate of appropriateness. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
the
you.
cul-de-sac is 100-foot diameter to give like small buses and, to be able to turn around. And we're also using this color with another job that's connected to the Harlansdale barn renovation. It's also a sand type color that will match this.
Emily, could you show again exactly where the railroad track imprint is going?
I believe it is just right
Yes.
here.
It is correct. It's 400 feet from where the trail itself ties onto that maintenance trail that goes, right where your mouse is at right now.
Because it
That's
doesn't
correct.
go all the way to that little
It
cul-de-sac.
actually does. It goes through that cul-de-sac.
Okay.
It goes through the upper edge.
Yeah, it goes all the way through the cul-de-sac.
Does it follow the original line of the interurban?
Yes.
And to give some context to that, so the interurban in Franklin was formed in 1909. It actually went around the square. The interurban office was on 3rd Avenue North on the corner, and then it went out 3rd Avenue North and then curved around onto what this path is at Harlansdale. And so that's what's being replicated.
Yes.
And I'm just making sure that we're following the right
Yes.
trail of that.
You can see evidence behind Hayes House. There's an old stone bridge, and you can still see a lot of evidence up through there.
And it crossed the Harpeth River right where Bicentennial Park is.
Yes.
And it made that curve and then went on out to where Harlansdale is today.
And we're actually including some features along those same lines with Bicentennial Park project as well.
Yeah.
Yes, Kathy.
I know you've given us renderings, so is staff going to require they have, like, drawings, like you mentioned, the diameter of the circle turnaround?
We have.
We have those.
Construction plans.
Okay.
Yeah, we have construction plans that were approved.
Are we going to look at things like that? Because staff mentioned maybe reduce that size of that.
I mean, if you would like for them to provide plans that, have a smaller kind of option, so it doesn't have that big turnaround.
If it's a concern of staff, I think it's important that we see something.
Well, just because it's in relation to the historic properties on site, just so it's like minimal, compared to like, I think it was 100 feet diameter.
Well, it's what's needed for a vehicle to turn around.
Okay. And I know this is just a rendering, the thing, so it may not be quite the right size.
Correct.
Thank you.
We did a conservation easement.
Correct.
On this with the Land Trust for Tennessee. Have you all gotten their feedback on these
I would
new
honestly have to check
trails?
with the Parks Department.
I would say, to me, that would be important. I'm out there a lot at the Hayes House. I don't see it getting used much for that. I think people are going to get closer to the house if they're dropping something off because they can. That's just human nature.
Sure. And for the most part, we see it being used for the, getting people to and from the trail or closer to the fields themselves, or for the people fishing at the pond is what our Parks Department had envisioned.
So but they won't park there.
No, they will not park there.
Park
It's
there.
not for parking at all.
So then we'll get to have a lot of signs that say that too. I'm just, thinking about all the things that we're putting on the Harlansdale farm. And so far, we haven't tipped the scale. It's still, but we don't want to get there.
Do we have any information on the longevity of the stamped concrete, the coloring and everything?
We don't yet. This will be really the first installation we've done at a large scale. I know our Parks Department has had some small samples done, but this will be the first large installation we've done.
I think it's a really nice nod. I do worry, depending on how it holds up.
That was one of our concerns as well going into it.
Yeah.
But the good thing is we maintain it going into it, so it's if we need to do something different long term.
Got it.
And it is stamped with stain. It's actually a stain in the concrete, not necessarily a paint. So it's fairly permanent. It may fade out over time. But I know a few years ago, a lot of people were doing this in their houses, the stamp or just the coloration in their house.
Right. I would just say, like, if whoever you've gotten these images from has done it previously and you know how it looks years later, that would be helpful.
Okay.
To me.
And just so I understand, so at Claude Yates, where there's a lot of parking, and then the pedestrian bridge across the river, that's not just pedestrian, there'll be vehicles that come in, and that's how they get on this trail? Or
No,
am I wrong about that?
No vehicles besides maintenance. The bridge has a 16-foot clear path, but the trail going up to Claude Yates is 12 foot. It's just a regular multi-use trail. But there should be no vehicle traffic. We're putting bollards to keep people off of it.
So what is the turnaround? I'm not following where a vehicle comes in to actually turn around at the cul-de-sac.
It would literally just be for drop-offs.
Right.
Just from what our Parks Department has informed us, it would literally just be for drop-offs, for people being dropped off for instance, at the pond itself, or just for people, for whatever reason, if they're having an event or something like that, that wanted to be dropped off at the trail, at that end of the trail.
And
Like a
it-
trailhead, basically.
Sorry, Jonathan. And it would be access from Franklin Road. So do you see the driveway that wraps around to the parking area? A car would go, or a bus would go past that to the turnaround, to turn around.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, my reaction to this is if you can minimize, the trail, paving it is, I think, a good thing. It's a necessity, but you know, you don't have an ADA requirement to turn a vehicle around.
No, absolutely
So
not.
part of that could be the paved part we need, but if a bus goes past on a little gravel portion or something, or some planted, or, you know, they make these grass reinforcement systems.
We talked about that
Yeah,
internally.
it's like, well, you could not have a big roundabout thing. You could just have the trail continue, but you could have a portion that could be drived on and landscaped in a way that people know there's an edge to that thing. You can't just drive through the field, but you know,
Certainly.
you all probably thought about all that. But if there's a way to do that where it doesn't look like there's this, you know, big circle in the middle of the crop circle in the farm field, you know, because it does have a formality to it that the farm seems disingenuous to the farm itself. I know the necessity of it, but it's like, well, this kind of grew up organically, and there's kind of these free flowing paths, and all of a sudden we have what's going to look like a train track with a lollipop on the end. You know, it's like, well, that doesn't seem like it necessarily maybe goes. So if there's a way to do it, even if it's a T or something that people can back into or something, it just feels a little less, because a circle is a really, even though it's round, it's a rigid form. It can be picked out from a long ways away, whereas the rest of it's like, oh, these are meandering paths. So that's my thought on it. I mean, and the concrete color, there's a fine line there. I think if you're staying in the sand region, it's fine. You know, I tell people to use that kind of Vanderbilt, whatever, Middle Tennessee mix with the pea gravel, and none of the crushed white limestone does the same thing and looks like 100-year-old concrete. So I don't have a big preference there, except, you know, don't go too far. It can get too cute, and then it really stands out. 'Cause it's like, well, it turned orange, or whatever. You know.
It might be good if somehow you could bring something to show us the color of the product.
We should be able to get them to pull
Yeah.
a small sample.
Okay, thank you.
It's very, very light. It's, you know, it's very light. Also, Kelly, can you go back up, I think one, they're supposed to redo some of the parking lot there in front of Hayes' house. They will use the
Yes.
Tennessee mix, and we'd even talked about maybe using that for a drop-off point
That,
and bringing the trail down
yeah,
and no cul-de-sac at that point. So we have looked at that option also.
yeah.
And that's one
I
of-
just can't see myself going, hey, I think I'll get at this roundabout, and then I'll just walk a long ways with everything when I can pull up.
Yeah,
But thank you all.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, so it is 6 o'clock. We do have 3 more new construction houses at Magnolia Hall before the middle 8. How would you like to proceed?
I'm open to you all, but I say we do these and break. What do you think? Because then we're fresh to change to the middle 8. But you all, if you want to break now, I'm good with that. What?
I don't care. I do think we had an hour allotted for the middle 8 earlier
Yeah.
today, but for the
Yes.
noticing issue. So I think we ought to aim to try to stay at that when we get to
I
the middle 8.
agree.
Why don't we break now?
Okay, we'll break now. I'm good.
So we'll take a
We'll break
20-minute, a 20-minute break?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, 10 minutes.
Okay, are we ready? We're back on. Okay, we've had a break because it was a long evening, and we're on item 11, discussion of new construction at 1845 William Campbell Court, Lot 7, and Matt Smith is with us as the applicant.
Hello again, and I know you're probably sick of me, but I'm here again, and I appreciate your input and look forward to your comments on 7, 10, and 11. And just a few general comments I wanted to make before I hear your feedback. Just to hit a few high points for all of the lots. We're aiming for material integrity, and we really want to create a historic presence. And as I was discussing a little earlier, for me, process is really important. I developed all these by hand, and you're seeing hand-drawn elevations, drawn the same way that the mansion was drawn, and I think that's important. We're trying to create a particular presence which honors the mansion, and all the designs are based on regional historic styles. They also embrace modern ways of living, especially outdoor living areas. All of the houses have the courtyards, and Lot 7 in particular has an unusual way of engaging the screen porch. It engages both the courtyard and the street, and so in order to accommodate this outdoor living room, we are willing to think outside the box. And the porches are very deep, 11-foot minimum porch for the main sitting areas, so that it's truly an outdoor living room that engages with the street. And we design with the entire streetscape in mind. And so we're designing each individual house, but we're also designing that streetscape, and that's really important to us. And we're careful not to mimic the mansion, but to honor it. And so none of the designs, as you know, are Italianate. Of course, that'd be hard to accomplish anyway with the 1.5-story structure, because Italianates are almost always 2-story. The site plan that respects the mansion, the land plan, it's over 50% is open space, and we preserve the major view sheds. And I feel that all these designs have been impacted by your comments. So I take your comments seriously, and I apply them as I think that they need to be applied, not just to the design that you have commented on, but to the other ones as well. And we're excited about it. There's a lot of excitement, and we're ready to start. Before I finish, you'll notice when you look at the elevations on lot 10 and 11, I'm sure you've noticed that in absolute terms they are taller, and that is, we feel that we're able to do that because of the slope of the site. It's significantly lower than the mansion. And that's all I have to say right now.
Thank you. Does staff? Emily?
We have a couple comments. So we appreciate you coming to get feedback on these designs. Just a couple quick comments we'd like to make. The dormer here on the front elevation, we weren't clear on, if it was equal with the wall. It should be, set back a foot, just so it's not even with the wall of the porch. We just wanted to make that comment.
Okay, it is set back 1 foot from the wall that's below it.
Okay, excellent. Additionally, the guidelines would recommend that architectural details should complement but not visually compete with the character of nearby historic structures. And so this property, Lot 7, is, if you're looking at the historic Magnolia Hall Mansion, it is right next door, across the street to it. And so some of the, here's a better photo. So here's the lot 7, and here's the mansion. So it's right next door. So with the architectural detailing, kind of the detailing on the cupola and the porch detailing, some of it should be kind of minimized just so it doesn't compete with Magnolia Hall. The guidelines also recommend to use frame, brick, or a stone construction. I believe this property is proposed to utilize a stucco material. It's not necessarily typical to the historic districts, especially the Boyd Mill Historic District. Additionally, the timbering of the porch supports, columns, that's not a typical design seen on the Boyd Mill Historic District. And we also wanted to have a comment on this kind of bay window. Typically, we see bay windows when there's a little bit of the wall kind of on the side, so it's not kind of flush with it. There's typically a little bit of wall on that side. And per the Building and Neighborhood Services, for pools, there is a 5-foot setback for pools. So this kind of the property line and the setback, that would need to be altered so it would be in compliance with the zoning ordinance. Thank you.
Are there any commissioners who wish to comment?
I was going to just
Oh, you wanna say something?
clarify
Okay.
one thing, if I could.
Mhm.
Stucco over brick, so that you still see the brick pattern. So it would be similar in effect to a painted brick, but not painted. So we wanted to avoid that pure stucco look, but to maintain the materiality of the brick.
Like a lime-washed brick.
Right.
Arching?
Less heavy than that, maybe, but yeah.
Matt,
So, yeah.
Can you walk me through this front elevation sketch? Just some of the detailing. So in this gable, is that some type of lintel piece, or is that a canopy? It's a little longer on one side, but I think it's just because it's hand drawn. But what is that? Just a lintel?
This sketch is a little looser than the others, and so I apologize for that, but that is a wood, that's a timber.
Okay.
And
So
so
not a
typically with timber, I would have that overhang, if it's, let's say if it's 8 inches tall, I'd probably overhang it 4 inches beyond the window.
And then on your porch, it looks like is it like almost like a dovecot brick rail, or what is
pierced brick?
So you have a brick wall that's perforated as the rail. The timbers sit on that.
Yes.
Okay.
So where the timbers are, that would be solid.
And then what is this? You've got this sort of wispy OG roof on top of the bow bay. It's just going to be a metal roof there?
Yes.
Okay. And you do intend on having that kind of compound curve, or would it be?
Yes, I believe in always providing a challenge to roofers.
They'll love you.
I think they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, some of my comments were, I don't think it has to be necessarily as complicated as some of these details are shown. I mean, that roof, if it's copper or whatever metal, and it's a low slope, it could still read, but a little simpler in terms of detailing.
I'd be happy to look at that.
And then, you've got this cupola type thing on top of the screen porch. Again, I think it brings some weight over there where we're trying to maybe not have weight. I think without it, the house will look like the main part of the house is the house, and that's a porch, whereas this kind of, for some reason, that height gives it some weight on that end that I don't think you need, especially as we're in that curve coming down the drive, and she was talking about it being a neighbor.
And that's the first thing that you see. And
Yeah.
I agree, the hand sketching, I think, maybe implies a little more rustic quality than I think it will have in the end. So although it's going to be timber, whereas it may not be as rustic
Okay.
looking, I did want to give it that, since it is a cottage style, I wanted to not have it look like wrapped columns, but have that be solid oak.
Solid
or
timbers.
whatever. Mhm. But,
Yep.
but it can certainly be of a more refined character that's appropriate.
Yeah, I think it's beautiful. I like the idea of a brick that's been lime washed or stucco, parge coated, whatever term you want to use. I think it patinas over time in a really kind of cool way. We don't see a lot of that, but we hear the comments from staff. Obviously, there's a certain vernacular that's on Boyd Mill Road, but there's also a mansion that's not like anything else. And then there's apartments and a park and a skate park. And, there's a little bit of a mix over there. So considering that this is kind of the border, I think as long as it's nice, rich materials and it doesn't cheapen the look of the mansion, I can get on board with something that's maybe not found on Boyd Mill, but is still something you would associate with a fine, nice home, if that makes sense. And then, the timber detailing, as long as it doesn't get too lodgy. I know there's a way to do timber that is a more refined way of doing it. So, and that doesn't show up in the sketch one way or the other. But as long as those details are a little more refined on the timber, I could be okay with that, especially with a stucco kind of parged house is appropriate. Those go together.
Matt, I have to say, it is creative. I mean, it's a very interesting design. I mean, personally, I like it. However, I think it would be best in a wooded location. I kind of expect to see Hansel and Gretel or maybe a Hobbit or something come out. I just don't see that in relationship to Magnolia Hall. But otherwise, I think it's very creative.
Do you think that, do you see that it could be a matter of refinement? That would bring it closer to what you think would be appropriate?
Well, I think, the tree trunk style posts, they give more of the lodge effect, the oversized bay window, the sunroom being that prominent to the front of the house, all of those things would need to be rethought in order to be more in keeping with the historic district and Magnolia Hall.
I think I could bring that, the size of the bay window down, for instance. Be happy to do that. And
Anyone?
The thing that jumps out to me most is just that screen porch. It feels kind of like a pavilion to me, and maybe it's just the rendering. It just stands out in a way that that seems not completely in keeping with the setting there.
I kind of had the same thought. I look at everything I do critically and drive my managers crazy. But on that pavilion, I and looking at it just the other day, I thought that, of course, after I submitted it to you all, that perhaps a hip roof would be more appropriate because it would remove that timber from the gable, which is more of a typical kind of a lodge thing. So then you just be left with the columns. And so I think it would tone that down. So those are my thoughts on that. And
Madam Chair? I think you are kind of hearing a lot of what we're getting at with that too. So how you interpret that, I think the less lodge, I think is better. I didn't see Hansel and Gretel. I heard Laura's theme from Dr. Zhivago. It's the
that's a
cupola.
great song.
It's the cupola, I think really strikes me as just not the quite right nod with the mansion.
I think with the, that roof turning into a hip, I think that
That's a good point, yeah.
cupola would not need to be there. And it's just a matter of balance. In revisiting why I put that there, I think I was just looking at the visual balance of the right versus left. And
I think that's important.
so I think that, there are certainly other ways to accomplish that.
And I appreciate you showing us the mansion ridge in the dashed line on that. Is there any way that this could maybe scale down a little bit in height? Just kind of reduce the mass a little bit? It seems a little heavy on top of the dormer.
Yeah, I'll be happy to take a look at that.
Take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just have one, is the treatment the same as a German schmear? Is it the same that you're talking about? No? Okay. Light.
I'm thinking of like a lime-based stucco. I could provide some photos so you can have a more exact idea of what that would look like in the next submittal.
Excuse me, I just have a comment. There's a roof line that's coming off to the right, and it just seems like it's incongruent with the overall shape of the house. So I'm not sure what's, if it's the part of a part of that it is, but it just doesn't seem to be working with the rest of the house. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
My
take a look at
comment
that.
would be, I love the look of it. It looks like a storybook house to me. I just don't see it in this location. A story and a half that's 31 feet tall, that's barely escaping the height of the two-story mansion, that has really tall ceilings. I don't see that being a home run. And I've said before, and I think we've achieved it on a lot of the houses, that sometimes simple and classic wins the day. And that would be more the type of house that I would want to see in this location, to marry in with Magnolia Hall, which is very classical.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm ready. Are you waiting for me to talk? Oh, I'm sorry. Lot 10, just to summarize the summary sheet. Inspired by the Tudor style, trying to maintain a simple form. This is the only one that is a double gable, but when you look at it in plan, it's not, the double gable is not, they're not aligned with each other in plan. So there's an asymmetry to that. In order to engage the site, and the site's also engaged by the wraparound porch, and the Tudor style is really emphasized through the mainly through the porch detailing, and I look forward to your comments.
Emily.
So for our comments for this one, and it kind of goes along with all three, the materials, dimensions, elevations, colors kind of should be, are suggested to be provided, just to have like a better understanding of the proposal. The detailing here on this window here on the left side of this elevation isn't typical to the historic districts, and the detailing over the window and the use of what appears like a shutter here just isn't typical.
Where's the shutter? Where? Oh, the wood, probably tongue and groove or similar.
And then it's also used up underneath this window that's just not typical within the guidelines. And we also had one other comment about the porch detailing, that it's not typical to a tutor, and it should, relate to the district. And thank you.
Would it help if I provided, or I guess there were some precedent images. Did you feel that, and I could provide some precedent images that are more specific to that bracket? Would that help?
I think that would be beneficial just for staff and the commission's understanding of the proposal.
And for the siding elements, did you prefer them to be something other than I was thinking of something kind of tight, like a shiplap or a tongue and groove. I believe in the sketch, the lines might be overemphasized, or in real life, you wouldn't see that heavy of a line. Are you preferring a lap siding to a shiplap?
For in between the windows, just that whole window configuration, that just isn't typical.
Oh, where it's
or-
continuous, where you have a continuous
Yeah, that
opening in the
just
brick?
isn't seen in any of the historic districts here in Franklin.
Okay. Franklin. Okay. The challenge with the tutor in Franklin is there are some examples of it. How would I think the desire was to design something that was within the style, but had perhaps more of a unique presence. So it doesn't have some of the most typical Tudor styles. And I'm not sure what years, perhaps, Brian, some of the Tudor examples, are they post-World War II or?
World War I.
They're post-World War I, so they're 20s, 30s. Okay. And I'm not specifically referencing that era of the Tudor revival, but welcome your feedback and comment on that.
I just wanted to start it out again by saying that I personally like the design. I think it's very creative. I hope you're able to sell this plan to another person at some point to do in a new subdivision. I think they need some refresh in some of the things they're doing today. But I have to agree with staff in this kind of Dutch, English, Tudor Gothic element style. It's just atypical for our historic district. And the windows are not traditional. I mean, the chimney's atypical. That's not traditional either for here. So, I mean, you've done a great job. I just do not see this as appropriate for the Magnolia Hall and in relationship to it. And thank you, Matt.
As a follow-up question, how do you feel about the double gable, the basic form?
I think I'd have to see it with more of the elements in it as well. But I can tell you that so this kind of what I call Dutch, where you see a lot of it today, where there are no eaves. I mean, there's basically no eave on a house, and that's kind of what you have on these gables. You just don't see that in our traditional neighborhoods. So I would really have to see what you come up with in relationship to these comments. But thank you, Matt.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome. Thank you. And as a comment, just response to that, I was intending to reference more of the English Tudor, or perhaps some of the arts and crafts influence in the eave detail.
I think Kathy had a comment.
Yeah.
Kathy?
Yeah, when we were looking at the overall height compared to the mansion on number lot 7, it was 31 feet 6 inches. This one is 31 feet 3 inches. If you begin to reduce that, and I know you've got a slope advantage on this one too, I would consider how that affects the rest of the ones that you're presenting to us for overall height. So sort of a proportionate thing that we would see from one house to the next. So if it comes
Oh,
down.
so you're saying if 7 came down, would 10 want to come down? Is that what you're-
Yes. Consider in all of that to give the nod to the mansion. And kind of maybe proportionally weight it a little bit differently. The basic form, I like the basic form. To respond to that question that you'd asked a little bit earlier, but I think the window detailing and when you come back again, if that's something that you could develop a little further more into a Tudor-esque feel.
I think yeah, I don't see an issue with taking a look at the detailing of this as long as the basic form, and I'm glad that you provided that feedback regarding the basic form itself. And it is more of a 2-story mass than the other ones, which I felt I was able to do because of the lot is at a lower spot elevation. Okay, thank you.
Anyone?
Madam Chair, I have a comment.
Oh, go ahead.
So your precedents are really Queen Anne. And Queen Anne pattern masonry is what you're using as your precedents. And at least that's what I'm seeing in this file. And so.
Is that the
No,
one?
what I'm looking at is very different. So if I pulled up the wrong one.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Did you do that?
Yeah, you're on the next.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. But I think in terms of just what you're trying to do is just simplify, the detailing. And I think you'll be in a better place.
And I think the style allows me to do that. One reason I was drawn to these types of images, which are, I guess, loosely based on, I guess I'll call them, based on English arts and crafts, is the very simple and clean lines, which I felt would help to have it complement that rather austere character of the mansion. Even though it's Italianate, it's kind of an austere Irish version of it. Was it designed in Ireland? Do you know, Brian?
I don't think so.
You think it was designed here?
I do.
Oh, okay. Do you know the arch? Do we know who?
Do not know the architect.
But I felt that these simple forms would kind of help to meet that mandate about simplification. And a couple meetings ago, I know that Tyler had mentioned the English arts and crafts style. There's not really as you mentioned, historic precedent for that type of tutor. And Tudor and English arts and crafts are similar in a lot of ways. So that was just give you the background why I started leaning a little more towards that English arts and crafts.
Madam Chair, I just have one nitpick, if I may make it. It's really just a clarifying question. If you look at sheets 1, 2, 3, and 4, the connectivity between the porch and that courtyard are all different. One shows what looks like maybe double doors in image 1. Image 2 on page 2 doesn't look like it has anything. Sheet 3 doesn't show any type of a wall, but then sheet 4 does with seating. So I don't know. I would just say that's something I would make sure to figure out how that's going to be presented, because from a code standpoint, I'm assuming you got to have some sort of a wall there anyway, because it goes into a pool.
Oh, between the porch and the pool.
Yeah,
Yes.
all that is it's different on each of those sheets.
That was a good call.
Yeah, no, just
I put things in there to see if you're really looking.
That was it.
I had, that's one of those unresolved things. I knew that there needed to be that, something there. And yeah, thanks for seeing that.
Well, I'm going to, I guess, be a broken record. I feel like the front-facing gables are very, I think every one of the designs are beautiful, Matt. Let me say that. They're beautiful. But I keep looking at Edgelawn and the fact that the houses are on rather the, I think you can really up the ante here on the detailing and all that. But to me, this just having things that are so much more, I don't know if the word's high-styled than the mansion. It just isn't what I think that this site calls for. And so I would like to see them be 2 or 3 feet lower, at least, regardless of the grade, because of the way the massing will look. And and they are big houses, and I understand they need to be big houses, but I just would still like to see things go back to something that's very, very good looking and classic, but not quite as out of the box for Franklin as some of these are. I think they're getting, what's the word I'm trying to say? They're almost getting a fairy tale whimsicalness to them that's beautiful, but I just don't, on the front, going down the front lawn of this particular site, I don't think it's the approach.
When you look at the reference images, would you mind, Emily, going to the,
Yeah, when I look at those,
Are
I think the
those
same thing.
same thing?
It's like, when I see those, I'm like, oh, please not. Now, the old one, that's quieter, I don't think that.
although I couldn't find appropriate examples
Mm-hmm.
in brick, so in your mind, you have to take a look at this and say, what would that look like in a warm brick, which
And I would
automatically
still
warms
say
them
no.
up. But you would
On,
still-
on the 3 that have the pitches facing the street, when I look at that softer one, I'm like, sure. But it's a smaller place, and it's quieter.
The one on the far right, you're saying?
Are
Yeah,
you talking about the one on the far right?
yeah.
It's a Letchen's house.
Huh?
Is that a Letchen's house? A Boise?
It's a, I believe it's a Pinterest house.
I love
AI.
Pinterest,
It is
too.
Boise, or
Yeah.
it's one of those amazing English, it could be Boise.
So what I-
Yeah, when I look at
Legends,
that,
one of
I'm
those
like,
two.
sure, but that's a far
I think
cry
it's-
from the other
Yeah, I think
3 illustrations in my
And,
mind.
and that is closer to what, that's the best one,
Mm-hmm.
really. That I knew that I had to put a few up there, and I was struggling finding
But it's got
images
one
that supported.
gable in the front, offset by a lower roof. I mean, the massing is different to me.
I see that.
Can I say a couple things? The double gable doesn't bother me, but I think they're pretty broad, which makes them fairly tall, and there's not a lot of mass in the middle. So this house is, form-wise, is all about the front gables, and I think the front-facing gable, what's appealing about that last picture is that even though it's prominent, there's enough house to balance it out on the other side. I know you don't have that much width on your lot, so we can't just say, well, broaden out the center section, which would help. This house would look totally different if that center section was 10 feet wider because it would have a balance there. Whereas this is taking up 3/4 of the front elevation, if not more. And so if those masses were able to be narrowed up, same roof pitch, same bearing, that height would come down just a little bit. And I know that has some consequences in the rooms below. I was looking at the plan, but it looks like there might be a way to do that. Get some of that mass out of these two bookends and put some of that mass in the center. And then the porch is cute as it is. I think it'd just be simplified, even to the point where you've got these implied arches in the porch rack. I don't think they have to be that deep. You can still imply that and push those up a little higher, shallow out that arch just a little bit, and accomplish the same thing, but it won't look so busy. And that is that much arch and that much depth in that porch rack. It is a Queen Anne thing. It's not necessarily Tudor. So
It's a Tudor shape, but.
yeah, it's exaggerated a little bit. But I think a couple of those tweaks would help this one. I agree with everybody else. If you built that upper left-hand image from the president out there, we'd all be mortified. We'd go, that is like a modern house. And I'm always careful that I don't want to tell you like everything has to be a historic looking house. Matter of fact, the Department of Interior tells us not to do that. They want it to be set apart and distinct so that people aren't confused. We're not manufacturing history. But those are so foreign and modern that they aren't really even tied to any style. They're just borrowing parts and pieces, whereas the image on the right has a pretty distinct English country arts and crafts house. So I think you got to pick up some more of those details and work on some of those proportions a little. And I don't know that this house is a throwaway plan and elevation. I think it's needs some tweaking.
Okay, thank you. Ready for 11? Okay. So the last time it was, it may have been evidenced mainly in the inspiration images. When I started the design, I was thinking of some shingle influences, and but I don't think that you would see any of that now. I think it's more solidly in the Queen Anne camp. Especially designed to take advantage of this lot. This is the bookend. This is the termination point of the street. The double porch with the porch above for viewing over the open space in the pond. One of the other changes from the last time was the front porch. It's now pulled back, whereas before it extended out, so that the front porch extended out as far from the house as the screened porch did. And now, that is now a open terrace. So while I'm still providing for lots of outdoor areas, it's more subtle and there's less roof. And then and then the balcony on the left over the bay window is no longer there. That's simply a roof.
That was something y'all had requested at the last DRC, was to consider deleting that balcony above the second story, the bay window on the left side.
Can you talk a little, sorry?
That was something y'all had recommended in the last DRC, was looking at removing the balcony above that bay window on the left side, so we had done that as well.
And I look forward to your comments.
So thank you for taking the feedback from the past design review committee meeting to kind of just tweak these plans and then bring back the plans. So just to recap, this is the last house that will be by the cul-de-sac. Let's see. if we can get a photo. So it is lot 11 down here at the end. So it will be visible from 96, Highway 96, and it will be the first house that you see here on Boyd Mill by the park. The same comment we want to make as I think it was lot 7 with the bay window. Some of the wall should be shown here on the other side, just so it's not rounding out that corner of the house. And also the height, we just wanted to comment on because it is 37 feet 10 inches in height, and the mansion is 32 feet in height. And so we do understand that the grade is dropped, but we don't consider the grade in with our recommendations and review. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any commissioners that wish to speak to this? Go ahead.
It seems like, and I appreciate what you've done to modify and take our consideration or thoughts into your project. It seems like the bay window to the left is just, overpowering that one section. And it's dying into the porch, and it just seems like it somehow should be simplified. And I'm not sure, I don't know, somehow that bay window and the porch, how they work together I think is just not coming across the way you'd want it to. Thank you.
Okay. Did you want to say something, Tyler?
I just said I'd go because nobody else would.
Oh, okay.
Susan saved me. Yeah, the bay is in a peculiar arrangement here because it actually shares the outside side wall, and seen it before, but it's sort of atypical there. I don't know what it does to your room if you go to a simpler kind of rectangular bay or something that sets off the porch, sets off the corner too, to kind of define that edge, I think is important.
In this case, it's defining the
It's like a study
space.
or
So it's not a
dining.
secondary little subspace to the dining, but it's
Yeah.
And so that is why it's flush.
Yeah. Well, if there's a way to do something different there, I think it would help. How do you know how much higher is this house than that cul-de-sac?
You mean, I don't know.
The reason I
It's going to be
ask-
something like, if you want me to guess, I would say about 5 feet. That's in my head.
6 feet at the house, so the cul-de-sac's lower than that.
So I'm looking at these 3D, like the SketchUp models here. And I'm
So
seeing
it
this
is more
screen
than that.
porch, and I'm being kind of extra critical of the bottom right-hand image there, just because you're going to see it from the road, and it's fairly exposed, whereas all the other houses, we've kind of got another house there. The screen porch seems heavy, especially in the top rendering, and I think it's just the way the balustrade and everything on top is drawn there. It's a little lighter in the 3D model, but it's a big mass, and then you've got this kind of solid wall that's coming up to kind of rail height in the 3D model. So I'm thinking, okay, if that's another 5 feet up from the road, it's just going to be kind of a big chunk there on the side of the house. So if that could be lightened up a little in terms of detailing, that would be helpful. And then I'm, just now realizing kind of what a big mass this garage roof is. is there something over the garage? Is there in plan?
All the garages have future bonus, so
Okay.
it's like attic, which could be built out.
Yeah, so, you might, especially on this house, entertain something to break that roof up, whether it's adding a dormer to some of that space up there that's future or, because it's a lot of roof. I don't know what to do about this main gable being so tall. It's a lot. And just like the previous house, if there's a way to take the right side of that gable and kind of crunch down, might take some space out of that upstairs bedroom and closet. You may have to adjust some of that, but it's pretty tall. And this is the house that the lay person driving down the street is going to judge the mansion by. It is closer, so it's going to seem, even though you get some grade, it's still closer to you, to the road, than the mansion. So there's what you lose in foreshortening, you're gaining in height. So, I don't want people to look up there and go, look at that monster. And, then look at the mansion is going to look smaller because it's further away too. So this one in particular, a little more sensitive to the height. I definitely agree there's some tolerance there because of the grade, but maybe not that much in my mind.
Madam Chair, I'll go. What jumped out at me was the picture that Tyler was just speaking about on page 2. I really think we need to see the side elevation of this house because we see all these front renderings, but that is really the front from New 96. And seeing that 3D model in that lower right-hand corner on the second page, what jumped out to me was immediately that spans of the roof that's going to look, that's just a lot. And I hadn't thought about it as far as, the distancing with the mansion and being close to the road. And then my random question is, on the hand-drawn rendering, what are those 3 little things on the deck up there?
Those are tiki torches.
That's what I was afraid of, which actually does not instill confidence. It reminds me of, trees coming out of rooftops. So I don't know.
They're fun to draw.
That's good.
I like drawing the smoke.
They make me nervous.
But they're above hair level, so
okay, good.
They're not dangerous.
That's all I had.
Matt, just a few comments of things that just stick out to me. One is the wall dormer. So that dormer's not actually set off the wall by a foot, is it?
No, it's not. And I have a hard time with that. Is that a bay below? Let me double check. No, it's not a bay below, but it.
And what I'm
the reason I struggle with this, especially with, and I know it's a zoning ordinance thing, and it might be a moot point at this time, but it's a condition with lots of historic precedent, and I think that maybe it's put in place in order to prevent the abuses of wall dormers, flush wall dormers, which can turn a 1.5 story into effectively a 2-story, and that might be why they put that in there, especially regarding shed wall dormers. But the fact that there are several examples in historic Franklin with these flush dormers, including the house on Lewisburg Pike. I don't have the address. And I've tried to look at that and see if there are other options. And when you get a certain height to your roof, it becomes very challenging because then your window sill is at like 7 feet and your top of your window is, when you push it back, it pushes it up the roof.
Another thing, I see what's kind of driving your bay window that's flush with the corner of the house is that your entrance is actually into the gable. And so often, typically in historic districts, you'll see the entrance off the gable on the wing and not the gable. And I can see how that's pushed your porch actually into the bay and the bay all the way to the left. So that's one of the things that's driving that. And I
That's
see
true.
some of your inspirational images. You show the Berry House and you also show the E.E. Greenhouse, both in brick. And when I look in the gable treatments in that brick and the gable treatment that's here, and I believe, are those called pigeonholes? Dovecots.
Cots, yes.
So you don't see that, in historic districts in Franklin. And I would encourage you to look at your inspirational images for something for your gable detailing. Also in the soldier course that forms the lintels above the windows, that's pretty fanciful for our historic district. And of course, the bay window is oversized, and I think a lot of that has to do with where you put the entrance.
Madam Chair, quick question. Matt, can you take a look again? I'm on sheet 2, looking at the isometric 3D. Can you look at the chimney detailing again? To me, that seems a bit too out of place. The kick-out roof, it's just a lot going on. So
Sure.
I think you need to look at that again too. And then when I look at your sheet 1, that jut out really is pronounced on the right side of the house. So I think thinking about that again too would add a lot
I'm
to
sorry,
the mass.
What is that?
By the chimney, where the roof juts out.
Yeah.
So that's kind of an awkward balance or symmetry on that end of the house. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll say what I've said. I think it's a lot of different roof pitches. Simplification, classical would be the inspiration. I agree with the comments on the garage. That is where you could put more detailing because it looks kind of just plain garage. But I would just hope that we can get something more simple. The stone house that you showed, of course, I think that's great. I think the bay looks, it just has an odd look to it because of it not coming in with wall space on either side. And then I don't know how big the porch is, but then with the second porch, it seems if there's a way to simplify, and then the screen, and then screen porch, is that right? And then it's a front porch, a screen porch, and then a porch above the screen porch. And if there were a way, I understand wanting all that, and I think it'd be fun to live in, but maybe there's a way to make it not seem so much. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Is that it? Does anyone else?
All righty. Well, thank you all for your comments. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Just shake it off and be like we just had.
And staff has some opening remarks as well, just to provide some background. And I'll go ahead and start on those while we get ready. As you all are aware, the development plan and the rezoning for Middle 8 was approved last month. And the conceptual elevations that accompany a development plan are not approved at that time, but advisory comments are provided at that time for zoning requirements. The detailed elevations are reviewed and approved at the site plan stage, and they must meet all of the zoning requirements at that time. A special DRC meeting was held at the end of last month to provide some initial feedback for the architecture related to the upcoming certificate of appropriateness submittal, and that is a requirement prior to the site plan approval by the Planning Commission. So the zoning ordinance and the design guidelines work together with both requirements and recommendations for properties in the historic district. And staff routinely recommends that the applications overlap one another so that feedback can be combined and shared with both sets of reviewers through this process. The applicant provided materials last Monday as required in advance of the DRC meeting today. In the review, staff noticed that there were still some zoning deficiencies in the elevations and met with the applicant last Thursday, and they sent in revised elevations on Friday. So it appears that the latest revised elevations are moving in the right direction, but we haven't had adequate time to be able to properly review the elevations with the current planning division for compliance with the zoning ordinance, and we understand that you all have not had that opportunity to really spend time reviewing this latest set either. But we did think it was beneficial to provide those at this meeting, since this is a work in progress and working towards meeting the zoning ordinance and the design guidelines. So we have prepared some illustrations, and let's hope it works. Apologies for the other projectors that are not working. I hope you all can see that way.
I can't. I'm so tall. I can, it's not
And-
a problem for me. Is
We
that
can
one-
send it out, yes. It highlights some of the zoning requirements related to these buildings. The first is facade articulation, and a facade greater than 160 feet in width shall be differentiated so that it appears to be comprised of two or more distinct adjacent buildings by dividing that facade into 18 to 160 foot long segments, each of which has a separate entrance and differs from all of the other segments regarding windows and their shape, the sill and header height, detail, spacing, rhythm, muntin pattern, change in building or cornice height, change in cornice details, a change of wall material or wall color, a change in trim courses and other horizontal elements, a change in dormer or balcony design, if any, and providing or changing pilasters, columns, or other facade elements. So staff put together a couple different examples of how a building could be broken up into different facade segments. The top one shows A, B, C, D, E. So, and those relate to the change in form in this particular building and massing. Or another example is the bottom example, A, C, D. So 3 different facade segments. It's really up to the architect to provide those segments and the articulation for each one. This is just a tool in the toolbox to achieve variation in facades for long buildings along the street. So these are just examples of how it could be done, but it's not the only way either. And then a few other requirements that the current planning division provided for entrances, that facades along a street shall all have individual entrances to all the publicly accessed ground floor uses and to all ground floor dwelling units. Facade composition to vertically orient materials, design elements, and architectural details to emphasize the proportion of height to width, and finished floor elevation, a requirement for a minimum of 18 inches above grade at the front facade. So the applicant is going to walk through the changes from the last set of plans, and then Emily will follow with some design guideline recommendations. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Does everybody have these booklets? Could we printed copies of the, Joe Antunovich with Antunovich Associates, here with my colleague Greg Gorski. I think you know us rather well by now. Yes. I would like to start with the black covered book. What I'd like to do is take a quick pass through everything we have, just because I think we didn't get to some things last time, but I would like to just take a fast pass as quickly as I can talk through the material that we've submitted. I must apologize a little bit for our submission last time. We submitted nothing but really elevations, very careful elevations, and we gave you no 3D images. And this building, as it sits on Liberty Pike, needs to be reviewed in 3 dimensions. I think we just missed something terribly when we're just looking at the elevations, especially given that the courtyards that we've been providing. So part of your historic guidelines are to respect the vernacular and the design integrity of the neighborhood and the district that we're in. We've designed this building to be consistent with what we find within the factory district. And when you go to page 5, we put together some context images. You asked us last time to put together these images to highlight the factory district, and so we have done that, and these are the images we've used as our contextual elements for designing our building. These are our neighbors, and this is how we've designed our building. You also asked, what does the building look like from Old Liberty Pike on the next page? And what we've done is made a site plan. This was actually done for the development plan, located a point along Liberty Pike, a viewing angle. And this is what you would see today, middle of summer, with the heights of our building compared to the trees that would actually sit within the properties that are up against the street in the foreground. So where the yellow line indicates the outline of the Middle 8 buildings in comparison to the trees that will be remaining on the property. You also asked, next page, for a comparable height for different buildings around Franklin. This was shared as we went through the development plan. And we've also illustrated at the bottom how our buildings relate both to Jameson Station and to the Truett House. We're not going to make this mistake again. We sent a surveyor out, and the Truett House is precisely 31.95 feet above Liberty Pike. So we've documented that here at the end. We also asked that we provide a dimension plan that illustrates the size of our courtyards on page 11, and the courtyards themselves as we traverse along Liberty Pike, and then as we come around Foster Lane on the south side of our property. We've interpreted the variation, the vertical variation of the architecture of the buildings to be in keeping with creating these courtyards, creating these elements of the building that protrude, and not just the materials, not just changing the architecture. We believe we change the architecture by actually varying the facade with these protrusions as many as 60 feet and these courtyards that are almost 100 feet wide, so that as you're going along Liberty Pike, you can see this variation in facade. Chairman Pierce, you asked also, where's your 3D images? Some of the developers that come in front of us, they actually make 3D moving images. And so what we did was we made one. Could we go to the image, please, the 3D image that we prepared to walk you around the building? And so these are our buildings.
Could you orient everyone?
Oh.
Where that is to start off?
I'll never get through this. I'm sorry. So here we are at the corner of Liberty Pike and Foster Lane. Foster Lane's on the right. We just went a little past it. So this is building 1, and you can see the first courtyard that we will encounter. And actually what we're looking at is the U shape of this building. That's approximately 70 feet wide, and then the courtyard, and then the additional courtyard. Here you can see, to meet the historic guidelines, we actually have doors and entrances to those units right on Liberty Pike. You can see how that low wall hides the stairs that are going up to the entry doors right there on the front. So we're continuing now down Liberty Pike. And we've made several improvements. If we could just stop right there, please. Remember, we had a kind of covered cupola in the center of the building. I think the comment was simplify all of that and make the entries more prominent. And so one of the entries to the buildings from Liberty Pike has been improved right there in the center. We've actually now varied the windows. We actually have more window types than we had previously. We've eliminated some of the metal panels from the bottom of the windows and extended the windows down more than what we had before, and so we did listen to you. We've also, at the second floor, separating the second floor, the second floor from the first floor, included additional horizontal limestone, and we've actually got some soldier and Rolock courses underneath that limestone horizontal element to further separate the building. So if we could continue, please. Throughout, we've also included a 2-foot limestone sill that runs continuously around under all of the windows that are uninterrupted. At the commercial space on the corner, we've actually made the windows smaller. We've improved, we think, the dimensionality of those windows, and we actually have an 18-inch high limestone sill at that area there. In all other areas, and as we go down the hill, as you can see, we have a minimum of 2 feet at the bottom stoop. Next, keep going. And you can see here in the center of that courtyard, as we look here, can you just stop for a moment, please? Thank you. We eliminated all of that colonnade that we had and simplified it. Actually, I think we actually like it better. So this is a case, I think, Brian, you made that suggestion. And sorry, Commissioner Laster, I shouldn't be using first names here. We actually like this elevation very much, but you can see from these elevations, the commercial part of the facade is quite different from the center, and it's quite different from the one you're going to see as we continue on. So could we continue, please? And as we go around this other protruding element, so this would be as we're coming up on Daniels and dropping down the hill. This is the Daniels elevation. And here we've actually increased the height of the windows in the center to minimize the amount of the metal panels on the bottom. And so wherever we have the green color cement board, we've actually continued the windows all the way down to the floor. And it's really just in the brick elements that we've actually gone to including the metal panel. This is this length here is actually less than 160 feet, correct, Greg?
Yes.
And so this wouldn't apply to dividing that up. I think there are 6 elevations that are greater than the 160 that occur on out of 12 altogether. Next, if we could keep going then, please. And then as we come around the base of the building, and along Foster Lane, this is actually part of my favorite part of the project. New Foster Lane here with the landscape and the streetscape in place. This is the back of Building 3. I shouldn't say the back, the south side of Building 3. Continue along, please. And you can see how this was actually a staff comment. Staff along, we've been believe it or not, we've been working with staff along the way. And an early staff comment was, why don't you bring these 2 elements on the either side of Building 1 all the way down? We had more of a continuous feel at the base. And so we brought those buildings down here. Keep going. You can just play now. Keep going. So you can see how varied these facades are. They're detailed. So as we go up through the main court, you can see how varied the facades are. None of these facades are flat. None of these facades are similar to Jameson Station, which is very flat, extending for the full length of Liberty Pike. On the right, that one facade is slightly longer than 160 feet, but you can see the variation that we've made there on the right in that particular facade with the protruding elements and the change in architecture. Next slide. And as you look back, you can see how that varies. Now we're going on building number 2. On the south side of building number 2. This building is quite varied also as we move along, with architectural expressions that are really only seen in 3 dimensions. When you see these on the elevations, it's very hard to pick up the richness of the elevations along these facades. Keep going. We have a very strong base, a very strong center area, and a different top. And you can see the penthouses on the top. There was a lot of criticism about, I shouldn't say criticism, they were saying, oh, it's going to be this boring, long element on the very top of the building. But in looking at this in real life, on the perspective, you see how the penthouses diminished the way in which we've moved the buildings in and out. Continue. And then as we come up Foster Lane, these elevations are very varied. These are all smaller, a lot smaller than 160 feet. But as we come up the hill, we go by the Mews, which we may want to stop at a little further. Go a little, oh, there we go. So these, we've actually varied the materials and the elevation on the Mews in response to your comments. We've even got some horizontal wood siding in there, haven't we not now? And so these vary quite a bit now from what we originally submitted, and we actually like them better now. So again, 224 West Huron Street in Chicago. If any of you'd like to come by and help, I got a few other projects I'd like you to help us with as we go up the, it includes staff too, by the way, as we go up the hill again. But you can see how there's individual doors wherever we have access to units on the ground floor. Continue up. and then we're all the way back. We're all the way back up to Liberty Pike. I'd like to very quickly go through. We've got lots of elevations, lots of 3D images within this book. We can go back to those, but I would like to touch upon the single-family homes and the townhomes very quickly as we go through. So this is a book with the lighter cover. If you're like me, you know, you probably can't tell the difference. No, I can't. But it does have the lighter color, and it says townhomes and single-family homes. So we're going to go through this together. If we turn to page 5, we've got a new palette of materials that we've developed for the individual homes. You asked us to these homes have been totally redesigned, single-family homes. You asked us to make them much more like homes in Franklin and homes that relate much more to the Truett House, and we've done that. So if we go to page 6, the next page, we've taken cues from a home at 238 3rd Avenue South. We listened, we took notice. Now I'm starting to find from sitting through these other presentations, you know, every house in Franklin, you know, so I've got to watch this very carefully. But the elements of that house are just lovely, and we've included many of those elements in this first home, Home 7. And this is the rendering we've made. Even though it doesn't look like that, this will be face brick, 2 colors of face brick, one different for the chimney, one different for the facade. But you can see how the veranda, the porch, the 18-inch stone base going all the way around, really very much in keeping, we believe, with the spirit of the homes in Franklin. The elevations, we can just turn through those, the floor plans. And as we get to the next home, which is home number 8, the Greek Revival, what better house to choose but the Truett House at 228 Franklin Road, and we've used that as one of our homes here in this rendering. I must say that what we've done is we've included all of the garages, and I'll get to that specially, into the plan of the first floor. They do protrude to the back. We do have rather small lots there, and we can't go actually into the undisturbed 75-foot wide landscaped area that separates these homes from the Truett House. So we've got a little bit of a site plan challenge, but we've got a creative example for solving that I'll show in a minute. So just moving past these elevations, I said we're going to go through these quickly and we can come back. If we go to family home number 9, that's our Tudor. We found a Tudor home at 915 Evans Street, which is a lovely home, and we use that as our design guideline. And so we've developed a Tudor home as one of our 3 homes, and that then has been developed very much in keeping. You'll notice that I don't think we have any of those dormers hanging right on the wall dormers. Never going to show a wall dormer again. And that's not a wall dormer hanging over the garage. That's simply the master bedroom that sits. But you can see how we've integrated the garages into the facades rather beautifully, I think. And then just moving on page 30, the shared driveway condition. We've used these shared driveways to make better use of our property, but also we're able to access garages from this shared driveway. And you can see how concealed the driveways and the entrances to the garages are. And looking back into that 75-foot wooded area, we think that we've integrated those beautifully, and you can see from the plans themselves how well they've been integrated. And I think on page 30, that shows how these homes would actually step down the street. Turning to the townhomes, along Liberty Pike, you asked us to design some townhomes that were more in keeping with what you find in historic Franklin, and also homes that relate to the Truett House. And so we threw out the old design. You asked us if the houses could be separate. I think you said A, B, A. I remember that clearly, and so we've designed that. So that rhythm is repeated here. We've got stoops that end up at the front door on the second level. This is still work in progress, and you can see at the top of the stoops, some are deeper than the others. They all need to be deep, very much like the illustrations on the left. But these are brick elements with limestone that comes up. We've shown some elevations here that call out the materials, the brick, the limestone cladding, and then the floor plans also, which include access to the lower level. I just want to point out that on the basement floor plan, we're calling out bedrooms on that lower level. Really, that's where the cars will be parked, on the lower level. Just in our earnestness to get these drawings to you, we didn't pick up every little mistake. We didn't touch upon the signage last time we were with you and our historic storytelling. I just want to point out that all of our signage, we believe, is very much in keeping with your guidelines. The only one that would be a slight difference would be the figure 8 that we have in between buildings 1 and buildings 3. On page 45, we have a site navigation map, and the bold red colors indicate markers that we will celebrate the story of the historic nature of our site. Everything that happened from time immemorial on this site will be captured in these markers that we will place and capture those activities that occurred on our site. You can see there'll be one all the way down by the Truett House where the arrow is, and those 3 others will be markers. The rest of the signage, and then moving to page 47, the next sign, really the only sign that may vary a little from your guidelines is the figure 8 that we have at the main entrance. It is, after all, the factory district. We wanted to make something a little more adventurous and fun. These are all bronze-faced letters, and so the middle 8 would be on a concrete podium, and then the letter 8, approximately 8 feet high, would sit behind that sign, or behind that retaining wall. And then at the bottom of the steps, on the south side, we would have more signage, again, consistent with the height requirements and the guidelines within your signage ordinance. And then just moving on, I'll just finish up by, for a moment, talking about the incredible storytelling that is yet to be made about our site, and how we would, at 1, 2, 3, and 4, these markers would tell the story of what happened on this fabulous piece of land. We've had Eric Jacobson on page 55 write what would happen, write the language, what we would place on each one of these markers, and those would occur as indicated on the plan on 52. We believe all of this is also consistent with your signage details. So I didn't mean to take that extra time and just go through the entire book. We didn't do that last time, but I'd be remiss if I didn't touch upon how we've done that. I'm sorry if I've taken too much time here. Whew. Okay. We also did submit to staff, and I think as was mentioned earlier on Friday, did we hand these out? We handed out A couple of examples. If you're not satisfied with how collectively satisfied, because what I'd like to do is when we go through and get our site plan approved, wouldn't it be nice if we could agree upon what works here between staff, HCC, and ourselves, so that we don't have any more ambiguity on I'm getting confused as to what we can do and what we can't. I usually just try to design a beautiful building, and I believe we have. But there are these other requirements that are now working. Well, we've got to meet all of the zoning requirements. So on these two sheets that we just handed out, elevations along Liberty Pike for Building 3 and Building 1, we've illustrated how by changing the courtyard in the center, certainly for Building number 3, how we would have 3 distinct elevations of the building as we would move along. I hate looking at these in elevation because it doesn't show you the character of how these come in or out. But regardless, we've dimensioned the wing sizes. We've shown you how we could vary the materials, how we could raise the cornice heights, how we could have as many as 18 different window types on this entire facade. And we've actually addressed some of the other elements here too. So this is just for our discussion and consideration. And then on building number 1, we've changed that in a similar manner, where that center court area has been varied, and we then have 1, 2, 3 elevations extending all the way along the Liberty Pike elevation. So I think I've covered everything we've handed out. So if we're available here.
Did you want to comment?
Yes. Well, we certainly appreciate y'all, taking the feedback from the last design review committee meeting and altering your plans. It's, headed in the right direction, and we really appreciate y'all, wanting to meet the zoning standards at this point in the process without, proceeding on with like the plans and having to come back. And anyway, thank you. So I'll start here with Building 3, and it's just kind of general kind of comments. For the windows, the utilization of the cement boards down at the bottom of the windows, this was a comment we discussed at the last design review committee meeting. That is just isn't a typical window design that is typical to the historic districts, especially seen here in the Franklin Road Historic District. We would recommend designing the windows to match the historic materials found on the nearby buildings, but composite materials that have the appearance of wood are appropriate for the windows, stops, jambs, and trim. The proposed aluminum-clad windows appear to be a more traditional residential style window instead of relating to the factory and Jameson Station, which utilizes an industrial profile. Touching on the bottom of those windows again, we would recommend refinement of those windows. So you're refining them on the exterior instead of the interior. And then for the form, as Kelly touched on earlier, the zoning ordinance requires the building to be broken up into segments that read like individual distinct buildings, with the changes to the windows, cornice height or building height, the wall material, color, trim courses, balcony design, and change columns, pilasters, and other facade elements. These should be different than the other segments to read as a different connected buildings. And here on the updated plans, the change in this elevation on Building 3 for the elevation for around the entrance is a great change. It also meets the zoning ordinance that, The entrance should be like a celebrated entrance and, clearly defined. So that is headed in the right direction. And then the last comment, the guidelines recommend avoiding decorative detail that competes with, overpowers, or negatively impacts the Franklin Road Historic District buildings. And that comment is specific toward the commercial component of this building, since we are applying the residential guidelines for all of the buildings now. And we just wanted one point of clarification. Earlier, you mentioned that the height of the Truett House was from Liberty Pike, above Liberty Pike, and so we just kind of wanted clarification
Yes.
on that.
Yes.
Thank you.
31.95 feet.
Well, is it from the bottom of the house at grade to the top of the house?
Right, right,
That-
right. Yes,
okay,
yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Isn't that the sign?
Okay,
That's all right, that's all right, okay.
Emily, are you ready for the commission, or do you have any other comments?
I think that if it's okay with you, if we got feedback on the multifamily, and then we can move on to the single family, just so it's
Yeah, I
kind of
agree.
divided up. So,
Okay, so we'll take the large apartment buildings first. Is that correct? Okay. Does anyone have comments on those?
I'll go. I appreciate that you've made the entrances more prominent, and I think they're coming across much better. The thing I'm really struggling with is the fiberboard. I just feel like that the massive use of this is taking away from something that I think is going to be, in the end, really good. And so I'm that, and the fact that it's painted green, and I think that's, I think for me, that as a designer, when I look at something and it's the first thing I see, then it's like, that's a problem. So that's my comments. Thank you.
And I must say, I do agree with that on the fiberboard. I'd kind of like to start by saying thank you for the 3D. I mean, the drive-through, that was really informative. I watched it many times.
Oh, really?
Over and over again.
Really?
Just like a kid. And also for the other information that you provided us. And I would like to kind of relate some of what we're hearing to our historic guidelines. Because I think that's very important. Because we're told, and this comes from our guidelines from page 84 through 93, it says to design a building to reflect the time period which respects key features of its context. So let's take it from there. We can also talk about height. Appreciate what you showed us from Old Liberty. I hope it allays some of the fears of people who live along Old Liberty, because you can kind of see it's very diminished in view. But I want to talk about those key elements. What we're beginning to see is something that relates to an early 20th century building. This is commercial, so it really, the one on the same block face is the Truett House. So it's not commercial or multifamily. So the nearest commercial is the factory. So we're relating this to the factory and that time period. That's what our design guidelines tell us to look at, that time period. And I would also recommend, I think what you've done is in keeping with that. Window profiles, I would also look at the 1936, it's called Handy Hardware Building on Columbia Avenue, and their window profiles. The same thing on Sweet Cece's, downtown Franklin. It's 1932. There's the Hanner Building, which is 1935. And one thing that really surprised me about all of these is they don't have 1/1. They're all either 4/4 or 6/6. Even the old 5 Points Post Office of 1925 is 12/12. I was just really taken back by all the different Munton power, the panes of glass in those. So anyway, so you're kind of heading that direction, giving different window styles. I have to agree with staff. The fiberboard panels below the windows, they don't need to be there. They don't reflect what a building that would have been built about 1928 1932, you wouldn't have seen those type of openings. So I think staff is right on with that. So our guidelines also tell us that you should divide the building into smaller parts to reduce visual bulk and/or utilize other techniques that break up the scale of the building. And it is my opinion that the way you have your insets and your offsets, that they serve that function. And I'm concerned that if we start changing a lot of cornice heights along all those buildings, it's going to look so disjuncted that it won't reflect the time period, because I don't believe that would have been done. I understand it in zoning, when we get to Cool Springs, some of these others, but the historic zoning overlay and the Historic Commission has oversight over the design of these buildings. I do believe also that when we look at building number, I guess it would be building number 3 that has the large storefront.
Yes.
So I don't even, when I see that, it kind of just hits you. It's very blatant. What is this? Is this meant to be like a greenhouse? It's glass and stone. I agree with staff that should have more of a storefront appearance than this big bulky glass and metal protrusion that we see, and no one kind of knows what that is. And I would actually like to see it down to 1 story rather than 2 stories. And my next comment would relate to the fiberboard. When we see green, I think green and the fiberboard and the batten strips should be reserved exclusively for the recessed stories. Where we see green, and I don't know if that's cast concrete at on Foster Avenue as you turn the corner as part of the foundation. I think all the foundation should be the same color and the same material. And where we see looks like a portico, an enclosed portico with pilasters that's in green fiberboard, I think that should be rethought and be something in either brick and cast concrete, something, I just think it should not be that green fiberboard. And I think those are the things that were really, overall, I think it's something that we could be proud of when people see that in a historic district. If those are my comments, I'll let other commissioners speak.
Do you want to tell it?
Sure. Appreciate all the work you did in a month. I don't know how many people you got working for you, but it must be an army.
I agree.
That's a lot of work. So thank you for that. I too have struggled with the cement fiberboard, mostly because I've had bad experiences with it, I've worked with it myself on projects, and then it doesn't trim out and cut as nicely as other materials. And I think, as Brian was alluding to, as we get up in the air and it's something that's not tactile and we can't walk up and touch, that might be appropriate. And what I'm seeing, I don't know exactly how you plan on if it's board and batten or you're using reglets and reveals or what. I kind of see drawing instances of both. I'm not sure what you intend, but
It would be board and batten.
yeah. So when we get up close, Hardy cut's pretty rough. The cement board does. I've done it myself with brand new blades, and it still cuts a little rough and paint's a little rough. So where it's that tactile quality where people can walk up and be at eye level with it and touch it, it's usually not my favorite material there. But up in the penthouse area, that can work. And I know all this is, what do we want this thing clad in gold? How expensive can we make it? Take the reasonable materials off. So trying to be sensitive to the idea that, well, this still needs to be, 1, timeless and quality, but 2, we don't have all the money in the universe or all the materials and resources. So it's like, if you can find a way to mix those up, and then the other thing, material-wise, you've got different bricks for different buildings. I don't know how everybody else feels about it, but I think you could use more than one brick on one building. One of the examples that I've been very impressed by, if you go to Vanderbilt University's new dorms, Schwartz did 400 different sample panels for the brick on those buildings, and it's 6 dorms, something like $2 billion they spent on dorms. They really, it's all different bricks, but he was very methodical in how we're going to start with this brick. And even on the same building, they're moving color and texture and jump to the next building. You pick up from the first. But by the time you get to the other end of campus, all new buildings, you're at a totally different thing, but it all goes together. And I think that's where this splitting the facades up, I think texturally you've got it. The massing wise, it's there. But if some of these pilasters were expressed in a lighter brick and you went one shade darker for all the insets of that same brick, I mean, even just looking at this building 3 elevation, you've got pilasters. Those could be a couple different colors, but I'm not talking,
Right.
purple and orange. I'm talking subtle shades of maybe the same brick manufacturer or something, or even some that are already on the property in the other buildings. It will bring a richness and allow you to vary some of these elevations even more just in a material quality, let alone what you've done really great with the form. I think Brian hit on that. It's there's plenty of breakup in this. Nobody's going to walk up and go, oh my gosh, I'm confronted with this Noah's Ark of apartment buildings. It's not going to happen.
Thank you.
And then I agree with the comments on the commercial. It's really an odd thing on the front. I think it could be cool and it's very industrial, but it is quite tall. I know commercial space, if a restaurant comes in here, they're going to go, can I have 50-foot ceilings? They'd pay for it. But we've got to find some way to come down, make it maybe a little more traditional storefront. And if the height could come down just a little bit so that you've still got place for mechanicals and clerestory, but maybe it has more of a traditional cornice and details. My other comments are on the houses, so I'll hold those. You're in.
Okay. 3D's beautiful. It really helped me get a personal, like I was strolling through the neighborhood kind of a feel. It really too brought how the elevations magnified the penthouse level in the penthouse because it's so far set back, faded away. So that in itself shrinks the mass of this building along Liberty Road. So that was so helpful with me on that as well. I iterate some of the points that are brought out. I'd like to talk more about storefront because this is to me like referencing those pages in HCC 84 through 93 where it relates to the factory, the nearby building, and I think do we pull on that, and I understand that, and I think it's been done quite well, and the time period is handsomely rendered with the materialization of it. The storefront portion, I'm still a bit confused because is it a typical storefront like on Main Street, like the HZC talks about? So I need more clarification on that. Is it a typical storefront like Main Street? Is that, if that's what HZC is referring to, and if that's what staff is nodding to, or is it a storefront that replicates the factory because that's the building we're looking at? So I think, to me, a clever approach to that, and it's the first time I thought of it, was this storefront elevation, shrink it down as a one level. That could be a nod to a traditional storefront entry on Main Street, but it's really not to me, it's not a storefront per such, it's more just an entryway. So do we handle it as an entryway, how we've handled other entryways on this building where we changed material on them and maybe made them a more notable entryway, but maybe not with such a big mass. I don't mind the nod to the window look of the factory on it. But I think maybe the size and the scale of it would change, would maybe help perceive what is storefront. According to our HZC, that would work within this factory-esque kind of a time period that we're going by with HZC too. So anyway, that's the commercial entrance. But when I saw it on the 3D video, it didn't bother me as much because it's almost like there's an upper level on it that serves as like a people, is that correct? A people place,
On top of,
the commercial entrance area. No,
no,
people-
on the, if
Oh,
you,
I'm talking
if
about
you look
another.
at, could you pull up page 14 of the booklet? When you're talking about one floor.
So I thought
I
that's
don't
why
mean
you
to
needed
have this get
two.
into a discussion, but seeing several people brought it up. On the ground floor, where we do have other public spaces, we've gone to a similar design that's just one story tall on page 14 of the Black Book.
Yes.
And actually, what we would like to do is see where that smaller, we've still got time to make a few changes here, do we? You see how we have that shorter element to the left, where we'd like to actually make that a little bit taller so that it lines up with that balcony that comes across from the residential side. It'll also give it a little bit more height, and you won't have that kind of awkward element there. But
Well, I
that
think
one
that's a
level.
nice element to repeat
But
that, yeah.
That one level, we'd like to, we'd like to keep you all happy too. And I think as we're hearing that comment over and over again, we can look at that one level.
I would entertain that, but again, too, when I look at on page 13, that's the two-level
Sorry.
element. And then if I reduce it down to one, then the mass of that corner of the building becomes a bit heavy. So there's always this give and take, and whenever you have glass tends to kind of like go away.
Yeah.
So it would lighten it up in essence if you keep it the two. But I did like that one level height. I'd never thought about that. And then seeing it on the back side of the building on page 14 adds a lot of continuity to support those two glass entrance elements. And the fiberboard, I agree. The fiberboard can look too commercial and, for lack of a better word, cheap. Because the way it weathers and the way it ends up looking with it being done or not done so well, the battens don't always make it look as good as what you intended to be. So I'm a little, is there another option on that instead of the fiberboard? What else? Somebody else go.
Okay, shall I go, madam? I think I'm the last one into saving the best for last. With you, not me. So on the commercial space, just kind of jumping off that, what I kept coming back to is looking at this, which is the page 4 of the Black Book, which is just the image of the factory. And so I appreciate all those windows and kind of the nod to that. But I do wonder if stepping that back, or you can see how in the factory, it's just naturally, there's a divider there. So even though there's glass and then there's more glass, or on the front there's glass and then the divider, I don't know if there's something that can be done that kind of makes a nod to that, but also helps break up that without taking you, like, leading to that heavy corner. And then the main, I'm not going to repeat everything everybody else has said, but the thing that just continued to jump out at me as I looked at this in preparation and this is where y'all were really smart to do the 3D image or drive-through, because it really changes the perspective, is this big, what almost looks like a big green M to me, and it does make the buildings look like these feel like the buildings and they feel smaller, but it's just like this big green cursive M going over it. And I don't feel that as much in the drive-through, but I do worry about different vantage points, like being at the factory and looking across the street. Are you going to see that? So I won't repeat all of that, but I know we're not supposed to comment really on color choice, but the color choice green is an interesting one to me. That's where I'll leave that. So that's my comment.
Well, I'll say, Josh, my living room is painted that color green.
I like that green too. Our library is getting ready to be painted that green
Will
tomorrow.
that be
but
put in the minutes? Will that
But
be put in the minutes?
With that said, I would agree that I believe we could expand the palette a bit and stay in some earth tones with subtle changes. I think what Tyler said about going and looking at Vanderbilt, I can't go till pilgrimage is over, but I'm going to, look at that. I think they've done some incredible things there, and learning from others never hurts. So I liked that idea. I was going to suggest some variations of paint would kind of take some of these green ends off, and on both sides. For some reason, I'm a fan of the glass. I feel like it's a nod to it being, a nursery in that area. And I think with this much brick, it's kind of, to me, it's kind of exciting looking. Having a bit of a progressive look in our old town, a spot or two of that, I kind of like it. So, and thank you all for doing the drive-through. I will be doing like Brian, and I will be looking at it a lot. So,
Could I just add one point? We do a lot of student housing. While I respect David Schwartz, that building is probably the most expensive student housing residence
On the
ever
planet.
built on the planet.
correct.
By 5. Tyler, your comments about budget and all of that, but we actually had discussed even using in some areas maybe glazed brick, or just some differences to the brick that might, subtle changes. As those are great comments, and I think we're not going to approach Mr. Schwartz's work, but perhaps we'll take a nod.
I think,
Go ahead, Mary,
and
one more.
there's, what am I trying to say? There's ways to emulate something like that and it not be the most expensive thing on the planet.
And just one other comment on the storefronts. So I would suggest taking a look at Handy Hardware and the storefronts on Handy Hardware, because they're great storefronts for this period. And there's an element that was actually on that building that's no longer there that was really neat.
Well,
And
there
I'll-
is still one little,
There is, that's true. And I'll send a
Yeah.
photograph of that to Emily, and that way she can forward it on. And the other thing I want to say
What were
about-
those elements again on that element on
there
the
were
storefront?
storefront, and one had actually been a projection from the building that actually were gas pumps at one time people pulled in. That's completely gone today. But and the factory to me is institutional, and this building's multifamily. So when I think about the windows and the storefronts and all that, I distinguish the two between multifamily and that. And then
Do we need to do that? I kind of find the blend to be exciting.
the blend of,
of styles I mean, we were talking about, staff was talking about the windows being residential, and yet the windows on the factory are very metal. And, you were going and talking about other buildings that, off the time, which are metal windows. But we were expressing something that looks residential and has the feel of a metal window. So I guess the solution would be to bring the window. And we'll do that next time we meet, and we can look and touch.
Windows you said you're going to vary them.
Yes.
And I would say, I keep looking, the back of this page is kind of my look, but I keep looking at this, and this is.
Sorry.
I did it earlier. This is kind of a stucco finish. Could that be an answer for some of the spaces that there's the wood? The fiberboard, yeah. Fiberboard.
Probably end up with ephes of some
Would we?
sort,
Yeah.
which ephes is different than it was 20 years ago, certainly. And again, where do you use it? Somewhere you can't touch and get close to it.
You can't touch
And,
it.
and real stucco is as expensive as brick, sometimes more expensive than brick.
Is stucco permitted?
Remember, we had that conversation too.
I don't know why it's not permitted, but
Is it permitted high up?
So stucco is permitted by the zoning ordinance, but not recommended by the guidelines as being typical to the historic district. However, the guidelines are flexible and allow for the commission to determine when it might be appropriate.
we could entertain sections being that. I know that I have seen some buildings that I thought were well done that had cut limestone up to a certain height up to like a second floor, and then it's stucco above, or even ephes, and from the ground, it's like, this just looks like a beautiful limestone courthouse or something. But nobody can touch it. It's 20-something feet in the air, and they got the color right, and
And this is in reference to the recess story?
yeah, or somewhere subtle, but
Some places that
yeah, to wholesale remove all the green and put
do not
stucco
have
is not.
all the fiberboard to try to get something that's a little more natural material.
Or even a cast
Would you
cement?
mind if,
Or cast cement.
I'm, just so that I'm clear, if we had fiberboard on the upper level, would that be? It is recessed, it's, really, we have these large outdoor spaces.
There's just some places where that comes down and touches the ground. The M that he was referring to.
Well, I would suggest doing something different. Right now, when you look at this building, it almost looks like a 4-story building with a bump out that's in brick. And you don't get that distinction of it being a 3-story building with a recessed 4th story. And I think some other material where we're seeing the green that comes down at least to the first
Yes.
story, that needs to be done.
That-
Maybe the cornice continues.
Right, that's where it's me and my shadow a
Go
little
back to
bit.
that 3D. The 3D tells a different story than that elevation.
It does,
Yes,
it
it
does.
does. Yes, it
But to their point, that upper part would be easily maintainable if it was a little bit, if it had to have a little more maintenance. But when you start getting on an inset, it will be harder. So that could be the spot. And I want to say this, you all are trying, I know, been working so hard. But our design, all it is we're reviewing design. There are still going to be the building and codes that must be complied with. And Franklin takes it serious, and that's just what it is. So if you get frustrated because we say something is good with us, and then it doesn't meet codes, everything we do is based on it meeting all the codes and building requirements. So that's the process.
It's, well, a little frustrating part to us has been the appearance part of both the zoning code and then historic guidelines there. I think just in hearing you quote some of those things, they're not always aligned. And, are we relating to the surrounding area? Or are we relating to downtown? Are we relating to the historic guidelines specifically, where you do have some leeway versus the zoning codes, which are very strict? So we, as I said, the very first time we met, we don't want to make an ugly building. We're here to make something that you're very, very proud of, that we together are proud of. And so we're juggling those things.
My understanding is that's why Historic Zoning Board exists, because we review the design. And if there is a conflict, and as my understanding is with zoning, if it's spelled out in our guidelines about what we can and cannot do, then it takes precedence. But if it's not spelled out in our guidelines, it refers back to zoning. And I may have that interpretation wrong, but I think that's correct.
Can I ask that in reference to the change in cornice height? This is based on our guidelines, right? Yeah, it's B and C, right in the middle, letter B and C. Cornice and building height modified?
Yeah,
Brian,
that's
you
part of
had-
the zoning.
That's zoning.
Yes, the change in cornice height between building segments is the zoning
So
ordinance
if
standard.
commissioners feel that the cornice heights look good, not varied, which I think that was one of the points you brought out, and I agree with that. Does zoning trump us, so to speak?
If there's a conflict in the standards in the zoning ordinance and the guidelines in the design guidelines, then the design guidelines take precedence. But there has to be something specific in the guidelines that allow, yes.
Right.
It's not just opinion, it's steeped in the guidelines and when there's a conflict.
And our guidelines address massing and scale,
Yes.
which to me are the most important, thank you, the most important elements of this project.
I hope
We
zoning
agree.
gets to see the 3D video.
I think you varied the cornice. Which cornice? The penthouse one. And the other one
Yes.
that we really probably see more of is flatter, but it's also going in and out. So it's going to foreshorten itself. I mean, you've met what they're saying, and I like what I'm seeing here. I think it's needs a
Thank
couple
you.
little material tweaks, and I feel good
And
about
color.
it. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Maybe some more colors.
We just believe that the recesses and the modifications to the facades add an incredible amount of interest to the building along Liberty Pike. I mean, the shade and the shadow and the landscaping. Oh my goodness, the gardens will be just gorgeous. And so that variation, we think, is what the spirit of the ordinance was written for, to avoid those continuous facades. So that's the way we approached it, was to vary the facades and make them interesting, and in that way address the guidelines.
I think you've been successful at that.
Yeah, are we gonna talk about the houses tonight? Huh? Are we, Emily? I mean, we've only been here
We're here.
you want to talk about the signage? Yeah, we can.
And the signage really isn't considered with site plan review. It comes later, and it's usually a separate administrative application to handle signage. At this point, we would still need to work through the signage with zoning administration. So we're not really prepared to discuss signage tonight.
Okay.
But the townhouses and the houses, yes.
Yes, okay.
Let's do it.
Go for it.
Nobody came as far
Joe.
as Joe. So.
Well,
Yeah,
I
Joe.
think if we just get some input, I think if, just let us know if we're going in the right direction. I think we need to do more design work on them. But I think, either we get a thumbs up or a thumbs down. We did experience a creative designer while we were waiting. And I'd just like to have some direction as to a nod on each of these 4 buildings.
You want to go?
All right. So
Do you want me to give my
Oh, yeah.
comments
Give
first?
your comments,
if you have
Emily.
time,
We all know we want to hear mine.
Yeah.
So I'll start with the townhouses, and we really appreciate y'all taking the feedback. One of the comments was to change up the facades to do like the AVA, just so it has some differentiation. And so we appreciate that. For the materials, it appears that the bricks on the ends, so the A part of the ABA pattern, it appears that they are a kind of skinnier kind of brick. The design guidelines, they do recommend using materials that are similar in character to the nearby historic buildings, such as the brick, stone, concrete, or painted or parged concrete blocks. The skinny brick does not match what is seen in the Franklin Road Historic District. And so that was one of our comments.
The skinny brick's off the table.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We came to our
You're in the
senses.
South.
Excellent.
So if you've got a paragraph or 2 on the skinny brick.
I don't, but I will skip those comments whenever I get to the single family home. So
The skinny brick's gone there too. So.
same kind of comment. So the townhome, in relation to the Truitt House, it is 9.5% taller than the Truitt House, which does meet the guidelines of being of 10% above or below the average building height on the block face. For the doors that are proposed on the building, these doors are not typically seen in the district. The design guidelines do recommend to design new doors and doorways to blend well with the other historic buildings on the street, including solid to void ratio, rhythm and spacing, and scale and intricacy. Additionally, on the materials, the guidelines recommend to use traditional materials with appearances similar to what is seen on the nearby historic buildings, and that includes the doors and other features. Additionally, provide casement trim, transoms, or sidelights similar to those seen on the nearby historic homes. And that kind of sums it up for the townhomes. Oh, and the foundation height is taller than what is typically seen in the Franklin Road Historic District. Let me zoom in for us. If just by looking at the scale of the people on the street, it is a little bit higher than what is seen in the historic districts. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone on the commission that wants to comment?
I'm in.
Okay.
Trying to go to bed tonight. No. The foundation height I know is a necessity if it's not that tall, there is no basement or no garage. So I can concede on that. As long as that height is under the 10%, then that's fine. And there's material ways to mask that. You could take the limestone down further and take the brick and cheat it a foot or something, but I think it's just going to make the stoops look worse to do that. So I kind of like it how it is.
It relates to the one image we have on the left.
Yep.
The character image in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
We kind of like the way that limestone works very nicely there, and I think that's the proportion we'd like to have.
Yeah, I think that's nice. The limestone surrounds a little more of a contemporary take on it, which I think is okay. These are new. I think front door wise, they hit on if those are just solid doors or wood or half glass or something. I think that's going to warm things up and make it feel a little less business-like. Plus, it is a pretty main thoroughfare to have a full glass door.
That door could be similar to the doors we're using a little further down.
Yeah, yeah. Just doing townhouses now? That's all we've
Just the
read so far.
townhouse.
Okay. All right. Somebody else tag you in.
Anyone? Okay.
Okay, about the limestone, I do like the limestone trim around the main front entry door. So that would be a nice nod to entrance. And then maybe not do the limestone surround the whole window, but maybe header sill kind of a deal. And that takes it to a more residential bit of a feel. What are the windows? Are they metal, wood, clad?
These would be metal wrap wood.
Okay. Aluminum clad.
Which, can I add, are not typical to the historic districts. We would recommend a material that is not clad, like a composite wood or a wood material.
No, it would be aluminum clad wood windows.
Okay.
I thought we had this
Doesn't have
discussion
deep
before.
profiles,
Aluminum
is it?
clad is, we've used
Yes,
umpteen times.
if they're dimensional.
Yeah, they need to be
With a deep profile.
We'll bring you window.
Yeah, aluminum clad is what they call a composite window because it's wood with the
Right,
aluminum
it's a
cladding.
combination, yeah.
Until Trex starts making windows. I don't know what a composite window is.
I do think the ABA is wonderful. We had a discussion about the 4 chimneys just for balance. Love the 4 chimneys. Maybe they scale a little smaller to not look so heavy. So again, to kind of reduce the mass a little bit. And is there any detailing in the brickwork? Rowlocks, soldiers, or is it all just very clean? Again, that's more of a nod to a contemporary
Well,
look, so
you're-
maybe
I
a little
think,
more
I think
detail
when we,
is
you're-
traditional.
that's
Your
a comment you're
inspiration.
bringing up, and I think let us look at that. And
Yeah.
next
That would
time
be
we come back,
Your inspiration picture does have the brick pattern in it.
yes.
And it looks like it has the wood that you're suggesting around the windows. Kathy.
It's hard to interpret.
Yeah, it's hard. It could be stone. I'm not sure.
That's it.
My comment is the raised stoop, that is not typical of Franklin.
No.
And so that's the part that I'm having, and I think the overall redesign is much better than what you brought the last time. But as charming as this is, and I'm a native of Chicago, okay? So as charming as this is, it's not what we typically see in Franklin. Thank you.
Is, if we didn't do the, oh, by the way, Commissioner Besser, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Did anyone else say that? We've struggled with that too, getting up to that second floor height, and even though we've got a slope on the site, just dealing with all of these elevation changes and having the space in the basement, which we like very much the idea of having these walk down little units that certainly for the creatives to rent a small 400 or 500 square foot unit on the ground floor or the basement level will be just fabulous. So we're struggling with that also.
And I'm assuming that it has to do with the logistics in terms of what you're trying to get into these buildings. So-
Exactly.
And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think they could certainly be downplayed a little more than they are. If
Yeah.
they're a necessity, they're heavy. Got the limestone all around them and these cheek walls and all that. And if it gets simplified and it's just a simple rail or something, they may not carry as much weight.
And when you're driving on Liberty and you turn right onto Foster, aren't you kind of going downhill a little bit? Isn't your elevation changing?
Yes, when you turn.
So that might help with that and how you actually see it from Liberty. You know, and the height that you've got may not be a problem.
Right.
Because it's going down.
We intend, although Greg, you have to whack me if I'm speaking out of turn here. We intend to work these 4 buildings into the walk-around, which would be really cute. Did I say cute? I'm sorry. Is that an architectural term? But as we walk around, I think that'll give you a little
Better look.
better sense, especially as the houses step down the hill also, to your point.
Could you also animate all the figures, the people in the? There are some arms going, but no legs.
Now,
There's a dog moving.
may I add one point? I, of course, brought up, could we add music to this? And you're very familiar with our client.
Yes,
Well,
I had wondered, I was going to recommend that.
And Toby is full of suggestions.
They were classic too.
We're taking suggestions.
It's great after being out late, walking my
Baby back home. I'm for Mary Tyler Moore so far, but we're going to make it after all.
Throwing the hat. Actually, the house that she is filmed outside, that now is a city landmark in Minneapolis.
Are we now going to look at the houses?
The townhomes and wood siding in the back? Cement board, hardy plank in the back?
No. Brick.
Oh, okay, never mind. It just read like.
Brick veneer.
Brick
It
veneer.
says right there.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just those lines.
Just the rendering.
We've got these rendered more carefully now. There was a limit to what we could do in the few days we had between our last meeting and tonight.
So just to give a quick rundown, Home 7, okay? We appreciate y'all taking the inspiration from local examples and just to highlight the bricks. I know we've touched on it, but gonna touch on it again. Then the use of slate on this proposed house, the use of slate is usually seen on more like high architectural style houses, and it's not typical to be seen on an American Foursquare type of property. Let's see, on
We just saved it.
the And then on the, let's see, I'll get the aerial of the garage. So here on page 12, it shows that it's not inset, the garage is. And then this elevation it is, and we just kind of wanted clarification off on that. And then on this rear elevation, we just wanted to comment that the dormer should be set back 12 inches off of that rear wall. Thank you. The Oh, yes, the garage inset. So here on page 12, it just shows that it's a straight elevation. And then on page 13, it does show an inset. And so we just wanted to see what the intent was.
It's more accurately shown on page 13.
Okay.
That's the architectural profile of that wall. This was really just a drawing prepared by us civil engineers to put a footprint down.
I didn't turn it.
Here we go. You're done with, okay. Does anyone, Kathy, do you have something you want to say?
I think it's wonderful how you've gotten examples of existing properties here in town. So I think this is a lovely transition. I'm glad to see you bring in some siding around it. It takes it to that residential feel that I think we've been longing for. So well done. I'm good.
So speaking of that, the siding is on the rear?
Yes.
The siding on the rear of the brick house? You,
So I think it's on page 9. It shows the side elevation where it's the brick and
Okay,
then
siding.
it's the
Gotcha.
shiplap siding.
right.
Yes, it's essentially where the garage steps down. So even though the garage is somewhat attached, we've tried to make the architecture express so that the garage is somewhat detached, which is, as we drive around Franklin, there's many examples of that.
Well, and it's typical, I think, to have a rear that is siding with the brick main body.
So the brick ends at the back of the kitchen dining room area on the site plan for page 13. Is that what we're saying? And then the siding starts at the garage.
That's correct.
And how on the, looking at this site plan to the left, where will how does the siding actually transition into the brick? I can see how it does that at the kitchen dining room area where it's inset, but what about on the other side of the house? How does the, maybe we just wait to your more detailed plans on that. I mean,
Yes.
don't get out in the weeds on that.
The rear
Well,
elevation
let us,
shows.
let us, not every little detail is worked out here. We wanted to give you an overall sense of the design. And so let us come back with better drawings and rendered elevations, which will be more precise.
I think the general comment would be that brick doesn't transition at an outside corner.
No.
We
It's
agree.
it's shown that way here, but I think it's just because you hadn't gotten that far yet. But no outside corner brick to siding would be ideal.
And we'd also like to make sure that you all are comfortable with the shiplap siding on the rear of this house versus a lap.
That's not something we typically see in historic district.
No, we just, a simple lap siding.
Lap siding, not
Yeah.
And then one thing that wasn't completely, it took me a minute to catch on to is this deck on top of the flat roof garage, which seems a little unusual, but
And a typical reveal here would be 4.5 to 5 inches
On the lap siding.
on lap siding.
Is everyone?
Well, we may have taken, we kind of like the way we've made this little trellis over the garage with this bougainvillea growing up over the trellis. It's almost reminiscent of what we find in other regions. But it's really a lovely,
in
it's a lovely
Florida.
element if you can pull it off to be able to step
Right.
out into that
We
area.
may need a little more global warming for that to really,
Well, I tell you what it
Work
reminds,
well.
what it reminds me of is a sleeping porch
yes.
back in the day.
Yes.
That's a real southern element,
Right.
is it not? Write that
And the
down.
sleeping porch might honestly be, well, anyway.
We could put some of those on the penthouse units of our mixed-use building. Call them sleeping porches. Thank you, Brian.
Is the commission, I'm just curious how everybody feels about the attached garage. I mean, I feel okay about it in this specific
I do
location.
too.
But
I'm a zero.
I don't want
fan.
them to come for a voting meeting and us go, oh, we would never allow attached garages because that kind of blows
Right.
everything up. But
Well-
I don't have a problem with it.
This just doesn't meet the standard of a National Register district, so, residential district, so I'm okay with it. But if you wanted to put it, as we were looking at tonight, if you want to put it on one of our historic streets, I would say no, in a neighborhood.
And the inset helps. Helps with that, which should lead us
Yes.
to the next one.
Next one, yes.
Right,
Let's go to
right.
the next
Yep.
one.
There you go.
Wait, now, I
Are
think.
we moving to the next one?
I want to, I've got to go back to the other one a minute. So we're putting a different kind of brick on the chimney than the house. Is that right?
That's the suggestion.
Well, I just think that's atypical. Yeah. So now we can move to the bumped out garage home.
Ms. Pierce, I think your comment may have some effect on us.
Okay. Here we are. Right. Yeah, well, that's, yes, Emily and, is not found, and I agree, it's just not found here. So now we're on the White House.
The single-family home 8. So this is a Greek revival. And so on the front, they are proposing to have, let me scroll up to the materials. They're proposing to also have shiplap siding, and on the side elevations, they're going to have brick. This combination isn't typical. You usually see like brick on like the main form of the house, and then like the back like addition, they usually have that kind of like a lap siding. But I mean, it would be appropriate to utilize a lap siding for both of these parts of the building. The roof ornamentation, it is not typical to the historic districts. Let's see. So the garage entrance, I believe it also utilizes a different color brick. And it doesn't read as it is detached, kind of like how the other one, single family home 7 utilized an inset. This is an outset. It bumps out. And so it doesn't read as detached. And these garage doors are contemporary to the style of the house. And this proposed house is, like we said, it's a Greek revival, and it's proposed to be like a standing seam metal roof. And this architectural style could have a slate roofing, since it is a more high-style house. And then, that's all my comments. Thanks.
Okay, are there any commissioners that wish to speak? Josh, you're still awake.
I'm awake. I'm here. Yeah, I don't think the garage is very successful on this one. I don't really know what else to say other than I think the color change and the shiplap and bumping out all draws attention to the fact that it's not that it is attached. If we're trying to minimize that, and what is the intent on what's going on top of the roof?
Well,
'Cause
we thought that could be, if you'll note the stair in the middle, and that could be an area where we could have almost like a little skylight where we could let light coming into the center of the stair.
Again, I think the issue of lap siding rather than shiplap, if you were thinking shiplap.
I think that was just a
I think
bad selection of words.
the metal roof, I think, is appropriate, for this style house. I think you would see that on some Greek revivals, many Greek revivals. The skylight cupola, that is definitely atypical for the district. I understand what you're after, but it's a hard sell.
They did that on Miss Marie Jordan's house. They redid, and you really don't notice it. So I would just, if we can understand if you really are going to see it.
Well, that's because of its location and how
Yeah,
they
you're
did it.
right. And so you think this you'll see.
I do.
Well, if you'll see it, then that would concern me.
You definitely see it from the units across the street, right?
Couple comments. You've got, not to judge your floor plans here, but you've got some extra depth in the garage. I wonder if this bump out were detailed almost like a porch, and you drove in through a big portal and the two garage doors were back behind that plane, because you don't need 25 feet of depth. I mean, you do if you want a workbench and a kayak and whatever, but there might be a way to tweak that so that it just looks like a porch down around the side, but the garage doors are stepped back a couple feet and break that back plane. And
But
then,
leave that mass out there.
yeah, but put a more metal roof on it, put siding on it. If it doesn't need to be that tall, don't make it that tall. Make it look like it's a porch. That could get us around the corner there. And then detailing wise, as you're studying these Greek revival, the pilasters on the front should turn the corner in whole. So it looks like there's like there's a whole pilaster facing the front, and then there's like a 4-inch corner board. So you're gonna have to work that out with the windows, because that corner's gonna be no bueno with a pilaster on one side and a corner board on the other. And the chimney can taper where you have it tapered. It could come down too. I think that could take some of the mass out of it. Yeah, and just siding this whole thing is just perfectly fine with me. The cupola is a no-go for me.
Yeah.
Did you say we have siding on the whole thing?
Yeah. Wouldn't bother me a bit.
My turn?
Were we trying too hard here?
Yeah. Simple.
I like the all siding also. The cupola. I get what you're trying to achieve by bringing light into that stairwell. Could it perhaps become a dormer on the backside that would let light in instead of a full-fledged cupola box perched up there, seen from the front elevation, so it would hide? I like the wood siding as well. Does this site afford us to have a detached garage? Just asking.
Is that unbuildable land back there? That's what I figured.
Unbelievable.
Never mind. It's the 75-foot buffer
We have to
line.
come to you if we even want a swing set back there.
That's lovely.
I think if it all becomes siding, maybe the garage isn't so bad, stepping out. I did like your comment about making it more of a portico
Yeah.
entrance.
I've actually seen some done like that, and it really looks great. I'm not a huge fan of shared driveways, but
You don't have to live there.
I don't have to live there, that's right. So now, are we going to the next home?
The last home,
Who
right?
Who shovels the snow in,
You shovel right to the middle.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it doesn't really snow much here though, does it?
Oh, yes, it does.
But you best believe the whole state will shut down if we get an inch and a
If
half.
we get a drop of snow, we've all, you can't get a loaf of bread in a store, seriously. If you get,
Like 1 inch of snow?
oh, no, just some flurries. Yeah, bread and milk.
All right, we doing
Go to
house
the
9?
next one.
Okay,
Emily.
last one. So,
Horse to the barn.
I will say, thanks again for finding a local example. This house is in the historic district. It is a fairly new construction, and so just wanted to comment on that. The garage. Oh, let me touch on the materials. So the proposed roof material is a slate roofing material, and I believe the architectural style is a Tudor, kind of a modern take on the Tudor. The arched opening was a design element that we discussed at the last DRC meeting, that it was unique and it's not typically seen in our historic districts. The property does utilize shiplap siding, and the water table foundation area should be lowered just here up underneath the windows on the front elevation, just so it's not butting up against the bottom of the windows. And also the proposed garage doesn't utilize like an inset or anything that was seen on the other previous homes. And so we just wanted to comment that. On page 28, there is kind of like an inset, and on page 29, there wasn't. So we just wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone that wishes to comment?
I'll kick us off again.
Okay.
Just bring it home. I think, so my comments were where the stone by the garage meets the house, at least on the plans, it's like the house butting into, or the stone butting into the siding, and I guess that just seems like a problem. It reads, I like this one. I think, though, when I saw the streetscape, it reads so tall compared to the house next door, the one we just reviewed. And I would have expected, that's on page 30, showing the shared driveway condition, I would have expected house number 8 to have felt taller than house number 9. And then this little archway that's accessed both from the front grass space and from the side, it just feels a little funny to me because it's not going anywhere.
It's not taking you to a door or down a sidewalk or anything. So those were my comments.
I'll go next. The thing that, and
Our birthday girl.
our birthday girl, yes. The thing, so that just says something, that it means that much to me that I came on my birthday. So I just want you all to know
Thank
that.
you. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm having a problem. There's so much of these dark gray houses now, and it's a trend. And I think we all want to see something that's timeless here. And I think in terms of the overall style, you've got that, but the color is taking away from it. And I'm reading a book called Joyful right now. That's a really cool book. And it talks about how color affects you. And when I drive down the street and I see gray, I don't feel joyful. Thank you.
There's something about the large chimney on the front that just seems out of place. And you know, I don't really have a lot of problem aesthetically with the arches. It might be that you could do something a little different with the arch. If you go down Fair Street, you'll find a lot of arches, but they usually go into a porch. There's some kind of a porch element. They have some type of purpose. And you know, you might want to consider that, see what you could do with it. But I don't have a problem with the arches per se.
Can I add one more comment?
Yes,
Sorry.
ma'am.
On the chimney and just the overall like stone, it is like kind of like a contemporary design, and I think that isn't common in the historic districts. Like we discussed this on Boyd Mill, you know, it's just not common to see like that kind of stamped kind of look. We typically see more organic stone. Anyway, just want to make that comment.
Okay, couple things here. The arch to nowhere. I love it as a design element. I think if it were made deeper, I think that a lot of historic houses have a side entrance. I mean, we can drive through Franklin and I could show you 20 in 5 minutes. So if there's that den right there, if that porch came over, and this is the north side, it's not getting any direct sunlight anyways, whether you like that or not. But if that became like a real porch over there, it could really be a great element on the house. And then it makes some sense of that. It's not just like this thing holding a lantern. It's a place to be. I think that would be better. The chimney, I think if that chimney can be shaped a little more and refined a little more, I don't have a problem with it on the front. It is kind of scale-wise right now is a little clumsy for how kind of refined. You've got these steeper pitches. It's just a little more refined architecture, and then the chimney's this kind of lodgy feel. What else was I going to say? When you're looking at the floor plans, and I noticed this on the elevations really, page 25, the master bedroom is a wall dormer, which, you know, I think there's an easy way to step that back, and then the garage doors look like they're about 10 feet tall. But I look at that area just a little bit. And again, simplifying where and how you use the stone, I think, one, it'll make the house, when you do have stone, it really stands out. It's not too much of a good thing, and it's going to save you some money too. Using a really nice stone, particularly where people can see it really closely, would be good. And I keep looking at where do you start and stop the stone coming around the back of the garage. It's got to be looked at, and if it just needs to come off, then it's fine to just be siding too, and really play up the stone on the front. I don't mind stone coming up to windowsills. I don't know where that rule came from, but I don't know. I was always taught in architecture school that, there's literally a term called water table, and it's supposed to sit under the windows. So I know there's a time and place for it, and people exaggerate them, and that's when it becomes an issue.
That's right, and it's atypical
Yeah.
in our historic districts. I think is where it came from.
Yeah. And yeah, the atypical, we keep saying things are atypical. There's nothing typical about this whole thing. I mean, this
Right.
doesn't exist in Franklin, nothing of it.
I agree, and trying to compare it to a neighborhood's
it's like-
a little silly.
So for this, if you're using a real stone and you are going to take it to the water table, I would say there needs to be a real water table. Is it a cut piece of limestone? Is it more of the same rubble stone but in longer, sill pieces? Then it starts to take on a richness and it doesn't look pasted on, because we're going to have thickness that juts out and things like that bring richness to the front of the house. So as long as it's detailed correctly, I'm good. It cannot turn out as flat as that rendering, because that would be a miss.
So looking at page 23, and where you say the master bedroom is, is that just a cross gable, or is that a wall dormer?
The gable doesn't cross.
Well, no, but projecting gable.
Yeah. It's definitely not in as problematic a place as if it were on the front. It sure is hidden back there.
We actually like that relationship because that makes that bedroom special.
You can ask them. I don't mind wall dormers if they're good ones. I'm the black sheep of the group that challenges all the rules.
But we don't need to go to another legal commission to get that wall dormer approved, correct? I mean, it's.
Just call it a crossing
That decision could
gable.
be made here.
Well, I think that's going to be the definition of it. I mean, the way it ties back into the roof, it almost seems more like a gable to me than a wall dormer. And I think that we need to get clarification on that.
We would agree with that. It's intrinsic to the whole nature of the gable roof.
And here's the definition, the defining line between a crossing gable and a dormer is the eaves will line up. Since that eave is 4 or 5 feet higher than the natural roof bearing, it is by definition a dormer.
Okay.
Again, I don't mind dormers. Let her rip if they're done well.
And I think anything that I would have had to say has been said. I especially think about the arch. It just needs to do something.
Yeah.
Other than hold a lantern. And then another thing I was going to say, which we're not getting to tonight, but the choice of your streetlights, I'm not a fan of. So I wanted to say that. And I do have some I will send to staff that I think can be kind of exciting in this area. I have seen some.
That was a detail that got by both of us with our young man working. But to correct that with this 888 megabyte file was just beyond us. So when we come the final time, it'll be better.
Well, I think. Oh, Kathy, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No. I want to talk a little bit about page 30. And Josh, you brought out a really good point. I think the rendering is not quite right because
I do too.
I measured the floor plan with my little trusty pen and my finger on the measure here. The width of each of the footprint versus floor plan is the same on both of those houses on that front elevation. yet the black Tudor really, or the grayish Tudor really looks so much more massive into it. So I think you need to tweak that. I don't think that's true how it is. And then the type of stone, it's reading very heavy there as well. So whatever type of stone you end up picking, if it's even a stack stone type of limestone, I mean, it could make a whole entire different looking thing.
And the chimney's just too bulky. It needs a little shape.
The stone
Yeah.
could change it, right?
We agree.
And then this, I think lesser stone, I think is probably, like, for example, in front of the garage, the garage stone wall, and then that's the wall dormer that's an issue. So I think if you look at that little elevation there and develop that with material fenestration, it should kind of let you achieve what you're trying to accomplish there. But that is it does not look great next to the White House. It just looks odd. The scale of it seems to be a bit off, and that's sheet 30. So, what else did I have? That's it.
And Madam Chair, if I could say one more thing, sorry, actually two.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to the little arch, just to be clear, just because and I actually think that if that is maximized a little bit more, it can help hide the attached garage piece also.
Right.
And then the last thing I was going to say, I know I'm going to do it because you just talked about something that wasn't on the agenda. On that signage and the 8 that you were talking about, I know this isn't before us, but think about whether there's something that's more like an art piece or sculptural, because you refer to it as sculpture in there, and I don't know how that fits with signage. But you might think about that and work with staff on that, and whether that gives you more flexibility if it's a piece of art as opposed to a straight sign, part of your 8. So that's just food for thought. I don't know the answer on that.
Well, it was in your packet, so that's fine.
Yeah, yes,
Yeah.
it was. And I saw it described as a sculpture, so I just want to suggest that they think about that.
Would there be anything else that anyone would like to talk about for the good of the order?
I would just like to say thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking the time and touching every one of our buildings. This has been an enormous help. So I know it got late, but thank you.
Thank you all. And is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Is there a second? Okay, all in favor? Aye.